This is not fear speaking. This is care. I see what is forming before it reaches you, and I am asking for only a few minutes of your full attention, because the truth you need is simple, but it is urgent. If you turn away now, you may miss the very thing that was meant to guard your body and preserve your life. So stay. Be still. Let these words settle in you before you decide what they are worth. You did not arrive at this moment by accident. Nothing about this hour is random. I have been reaching for you in quiet ways, through a thought that kept returning, through a word spoken by someone who did not know why they said it, through a stillness that came over you when you least expected it. You brushed those moments aside. You told yourself they meant nothing. So now I am speaking plainly, in a voice you cannot mistake. There is something forming ahead of you. It is not sudden to me, though it would feel sudden to you. I see the pattern taking shape, the choices lining up, the small neglects gathering weight in places you cannot see. You feel calm today. But calm that is built on not looking is not peace. I want you to have real peace, and real peace begins with seeing clearly. Hear me well. This warning is not punishment. It is protection given before harm arrives. A father who sees his child walking toward a hidden pit does not stay silent to be polite. He calls out. He calls loudly if he must, because love raises its voice when danger is near. That is what I am doing now. My voice is lifted, not in anger, but in a love that refuses to lose you. I warned Noah before the rain began. I sent word to Nineveh before the city fell. I have always spoken before the storm because warning is the mercy that comes first. When I speak like this, it means the outcome is not yet fixed. It means there is still time. If there were no hope for you, I would not be speaking at all. My words are proof that your story can still turn. You are not hearing this because you are weak. You are hearing it because you are valuable. I do not guard what has no purpose. I guard what carries meaning, what carries a future. There is work ahead that only you can do, and there are people ahead whom only you can reach. That is why I refuse to let you drift toward harm without a word. You matter too much for silence. Some of what I must tell you concerns your body, the vessel I formed with my own hands and my own intention. Some of it concerns the road you are walking and the choices waiting on it. The two are joined more deeply than you know. What burdens your heart wears on your frame, and what wears on your frame clouds your judgment. I will speak to both, because I made both, and I mean to guard both. You have felt small warnings already, a tiredness that rest did not cure, an unease about a certain matter that you keep pushing down, a discomfort that returned when you thought it had passed. These were not random. They were quiet calls for your attention, and I allowed them so that you would slow down and listen. You pushed forward instead. But pushing forward without listening is how small things become heavy things. I see deeper than what shows on the surface. I see the strain you have learned to carry like an ordinary coat. I see how you answer that you are fine while something in you quietly asks for help. You have become skilled at holding things together. But I am not asking you to hold things together. I am asking you to hold on to me. Do not let the seriousness of my tone convince you that something terrible is certain. Seriousness is not finality. It is importance. And importance, when it is received, becomes the doorway to change. What could grow into something heavy can still be reduced, redirected, even removed, when you align yourself with what I am showing you. That is why I interrupted your day, not to frighten you, but to reach you in time. If you believe I am speaking to you in this moment, say your amen now. Whether you spoke it aloud or only within, I received it. A heart that turns toward me even slightly gives me room to work. That small turning is how every rescue begins. Moses turned aside to look at a burning bush, and a nation's deliverance followed. Nothing about your rescue requires greatness from you. It only requires attention. There is a window open right now. Within it, change is easier. Your body is still responsive, and your circumstances are still soft enough to be reshaped. Windows do not stay open forever. I'm not saying this to press panic into you, because panic closes the mind. I am saying it because acting now will cost you little, and acting late will cost you much. Wisdom weighs those two prices and chooses early. So here is what I ask as we begin. Put down what you were about to rush toward. Quiet the voice that says this can wait. For these few minutes, give me your whole attention, the way you would give it to a messenger who ran a long way to reach you. Because that is what this is. A message carried to you on purpose, at the exact hour you needed it. In the words ahead, I will show you what has been draining you, what is forming around you, and the decisions that stand between you and the harm I intend to stop. I will also show you the path out, because I never expose a danger without opening a door. Stay with me. Listen closely. Your next days can be different from your last ones, and the difference begins here. Let me speak first about your body, because it has been speaking about you for a long time. I shaped it with intention. Every part of it has meaning, and none of it was left to chance. It is not merely flesh to me. It is the dwelling I gave you for your journey, the lamp that carries your light through this world. When I look at it, I see my own workmanship. That is why I will not stay quiet while it wears down. Your body has been sending you messages, and it has been faithful about it. There was the energy that dropped without reason, the sleep that did not restore you, the small discomfort that stayed longer than it should have, then returned after you decided it was gone. You called these things nothing. They were not nothing. They were a servant knocking on the door of the house, asking the owner to come and see. Think back. There was a moment not long ago when you felt something in your body that made you pause. You stood still for a breath, wondered about it, then talked yourself out of it. I am pointing at that exact moment now. It was an early signal, and it deserved your attention. When a feeling repeats, when a discomfort lingers, that is not coincidence. That is a pattern asking to be heard. I also see the pace you have been keeping. You move from one task to the next without a pause between them, rushing through hours that needed your presence. You have treated rest as a reward you must earn instead of a provision I commanded. Even I rested when the work of creation was done, not from weariness, but to teach you the rhythm that keeps a living thing whole. You have stepped out of that rhythm. It is time to step back in. Notice your breathing, even now. When pressure rises, your breath grows thin and shallow, and your shoulders climb toward your ears. Tension has settled into your neck, your back, your jaw, so quietly that you no longer notice you are carrying it. It has become a background weight you mistake for normal life. It is not normal. It is a load, and loads can be set down. Strength is not the problem. You have plenty of it. You have endured more than most people around you realize, and you have done it without complaint. But strength that never rests turns into silent strain. And silent strain is what has been building in you. I am not asking you to stop being strong. I am asking you to stop using strength as a wall between you and the truth of what you feel. Let an amen rise from your heart if you receive this warning about your body. Your body responds to what you give it, not once but over time. Give it rest, and it learns to recover. Give it strain without relief, and it learns to brace. This means you hold real influence over how it feels, even when change seems slow. A field does not turn green the day after rain, but the rain still matters. Every choice of care you make is rain on dry ground. Learn to visit yourself during the day, not only at its edges. Pause in the middle of your work and ask a plain question. How am I right now? Not how is the work, not how are the others, but how am I? You have been so attentive to everything around you that you have become a stranger to what is happening within you. A short, honest answer, noticed early, can spare you a long, hard season later. So begin with what is simple. Slow your breath until it deepens on its own. Drink what your body has been asking for. Eat what strengthens rather than what merely fills. Move gently, enough to loosen what has gone stiff from stillness. Guard your sleep the way you would guard a treasure, because that is when I do my repairing work in you. None of this requires greatness. It requires consistency, and consistency is a form of faith. And hear this clearly, because pride and fear both try to muffle it. If something in your body feels unusual or persistent, do not face it with silence. Seek out those with knowledge and let them examine what troubles you. Asking for help is not weakness, and it is not a lack of faith. I work through skilled hands as surely as I work through prayer. Ignoring a signal I sent you is not trust. It is delay, and delay is the only thing I am warning you against. There is also weight on you that no meal or sleep can touch, because it did not come from your habits. It came from your worry. Thoughts that circle without landing. Concerns you rehearse at night when the house is quiet. Pressure you place on yourself to keep going no matter the cost. That weight does not stay in the mind. It sinks into the chest, the stomach, the muscles, and it presses on everything. You were never meant to carry it this long. Cast that burden onto me. I am not offering you a pleasant saying. I am offering you an exchange as real as any trade ever made. You hand me the weight, and I hand you back the strength to walk. My servant Elijah once lay down under a tree and asked for his life to end, worn past his limit. I did not scold him. I gave him food and sleep, and then I gave him his next assignment. That is how I treat the exhausted. Care first. Direction after. You are not fragile, but you are human, and being human means you require care. Honoring your limits does not shrink your life. It preserves it. From this day, I want you to treat attention to your body as obedience, not indulgence. Because the road ahead of you requires a vessel that is not running empty. And the road ahead is exactly what I must speak of next. For time plays a part in everything I am about to ask of you. Now I must speak to you about timing, because timing is part of every deliverance I have ever worked. The sea did not part a week early or a day late. It parted at the moment my people needed to cross. There is a moment like that in front of you now, a season when your circumstances are still soft, still able to be turned. What you do inside this season will decide how much of my warning ever needs to come true. Understand what I am telling you. The trouble forming ahead of you is not one great event waiting on the calendar. It is a chain being forged one link at a time, out of small choices, small neglects, small silences. Chains like that are easy to break while they are short. They grow harder with every link. That is why I am asking you to act now while the breaking is still easy, and not later, when it will demand far more from you. An action for you begins with trust. Not trust as a word you say, but trust as a thing you do. From the beginning, my people have marked their trust by what they were willing to place in my hands. Abel brought the best of his flock. The widow dropped her last 2 coins into the treasury, and I called her offering greater than all the rest. Trust that costs nothing changes nothing. Trust that costs something changes everything. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now let me show you what else must leave your hands, because an offering is not the only thing I am asking you to release. There are weights in your life that no altar requires and no purpose blesses. They drain you quietly, day after day, and you have carried them so long that you call them yours. They are not yours. Some of them never were. And do not fear that what you set down in obedience will leave a hole in your life. I fill every space that faith empties. The jar of the widow at Zarephath did not run dry, though she poured from it first for my servant. Pouring out came before filling up. It always has. Consider also what surrounds you, the places where you spend your hours, the voices you allow close, the company you keep when your guard is down. Some of these strengthen you, and some of them draw from you like a slow leak from a vessel. You leave certain rooms more tired than you entered them, and you have never asked why. Ask now. Not everything near you deserves to remain near you, and noticing the difference is not judgment. It is stewardship of the life I placed in your keeping. Begin with the burdens you took up on behalf of others. You have a generous heart, and I delight in it. But somewhere along the way, your generosity stopped choosing and started absorbing. You take on troubles that were never assigned to you. You stand under loads that belong to other shoulders, and you call it love. Love bears with others. It does not disappear into them. Even Moses, when he tried to judge every dispute alone, was told to share the load before it broke him. If I set limits for Moses, you may accept limits too. So I give you permission that you have been afraid to give yourself. You may step back. You may say no. You may let a request go unanswered while you recover your strength. Boundaries are not walls against love. They are the banks of a river, and without banks, a river becomes a swamp. With them it becomes a force that turns mills and waters fields. I did not make you to be a swamp. I made you to be a river. There is also a habit I must name, though I will name it gently. You know the one. It is the pattern you return to when you are tired or discouraged, the one that promises relief and delivers only more emptiness. You have told yourself it is small. You have told yourself you can stop whenever you choose. But it has been collecting from you, little by little, energy and time and self-respect. It is one of the links in the chain I described. Release it, and you will feel the whole chain loosen. And there is something older, further back, that still has a hand on you. A wound you have not forgiven, or a failure of your own that you have not let me forgive. You keep it in a locked room and visit it when no one is looking. Every visit costs you something. Unforgiveness does not protect you from the past. It delivers the past into your present, again and again. I am asking you to open that room and let me clear it out. Not because the wrong did not matter, but because you were never built to be its warehouse. Joseph carried the memory of a pit and a prison, put there by his own brothers. When the day came to face them, he wept, and he let the account be settled in my hands instead of his. That release did not erase his history. It freed his future. The same door stands open for you. Walk through it, And much of what I am warning you about loses its power on the spot, because bitterness was one of the roads by which harm planned to reach you. Do you see what is happening as you release these things? Your hands are coming free. Free hands can receive. Free hands can build. Free hands can catch what I have been waiting to give you. A person whose grip is full of old weights cannot take hold of a new season. So let go, one weight at a time, and watch how quickly your strength returns when it stops being spent on what was never yours to carry. Now I will speak about the road ahead, and I ask you to listen with a steady heart, because what I say next requires clear eyes rather than racing thoughts. The harm I have been warning you about does not plan to arrive with noise. It plans to arrive dressed in the ordinary. It will come through a decision that looks small, a voice that sounds familiar, an open door that seems fortunate. That is why awareness, not alarm, is your protection. There is a decision you have been delaying. You know the one because it surfaced in your mind just now, before you could stop it. You have turned it over for weeks, walked up to it, and walked away again. Hear me. That decision is heavier than it appears. It is one of the hinges on which your coming season swings. Your delay has not made it smaller. Delay only feeds the risk I am trying to remove from your path. I am not telling you which choice to make as a puzzle for you to guess. I have already been telling you through the unrest you feel every time you lean the wrong way. That hesitation you keep dismissing is not weakness or fear of change. It is my hand on your shoulder. When you lean toward what is right, a quiet settles in you. When you lean toward what is wrong, something in you tightens. Learn to read those signals, for I wrote them into you as a compass. There is also a connection close to you that requires honest eyes. I will not name it harshly because not everything in it is bad, but something within it is not aligned with your good. You have sensed this in small flashes and talked yourself out of it, because the familiarity feels warm and the history feels binding. I am not commanding you to cut anyone away in anger. I am asking you to observe with clarity. Notice how your peace behaves in that presence. Peace that consistently leaves a room when someone enters it is telling you the truth. Remember how often my protection works through noticing. A word that does not match an action. A promise that keeps moving its date. A kindness that always carries a hook inside it. You have seen these small details and dismissed them as your imagination. They were not imagination. They were evidence, quietly gathered and quietly ignored. From today, let evidence speak. You can love people fully and still see them accurately. Indeed, you cannot love them well until you do. Beware, too, of the offer that will come looking like rescue. Something is approaching that will present itself as an opportunity, bright at the surface, urgent in its manner. It will press you to decide quickly. It will hint that hesitation means losing everything. Mark this well. What is truly from me does not behave that way. My gates do not slam shut on the sincere. When a thing demands haste and punishes thought, that is not my voice inside it. My voice brings clarity, and clarity is never in a hurry. So when that pressured moment arrives, do what the wise have always done. Step back. Sleep before you sign. Ask questions and study how the answers behave under light. If the ground is honest, it will hold while you examine it. If it is false, your patience will crack it open. Either way, patience wins. Esau traded a birthright for a single meal because hunger convinced him the moment could not wait. It could have waited. Almost everything can wait one honest day. I must also warn you about comfort, because comfort is where this danger hides best. There is a part of your life that has grown familiar, and something inside you has been whispering that it is time to move, to change, to leave. You have stayed because staying is easier, and the familiar feels safe. But not everything familiar is good for you, and not everything comfortable is safe. A nest can be warm and still sit on a breaking branch. I am telling you to look at the branch, not the nest. None of this asks you to live suspicious of everyone and everything. Suspicion is fear wearing glasses. I am giving you discernment, which is different. Discernment is love with its eyes open. It moves calmly, judges slowly, and acts firmly once it sees. Fear closes your mind, but discernment opens it, and an open mind sees paths, exits, and answers that panic never finds. You may feel your perspective shifting even as you hear this. Things that seemed confusing this morning are arranging themselves into sense. Matters you had filed away as settled are asking to be looked at again. That shift is not distress. It is sight returning. I am adjusting how you see, so that when the moment comes, you will not need anyone to tell you what to do. You will know. And when you know, act. Seeing without acting is where most rescues fail. Lot's family was warned, taken by the hand, and told plainly not to look back. Yet one heart still clung to the burning place. Do not cling. When I show you the turn, take the turn. I will handle what you leave behind, and I will honor every step you take in obedience, even the trembling ones. Especially the trembling ones. Hold on to this as the ground beneath everything else I have said. The chain of harm is built from unexamined moments, and you are no longer a person who lives unexamined. Each choice you now make with open eyes removes a link. Each pause before pressure breaks another. You are dismantling, piece by piece, the very thing that was being prepared against you. This is what cooperation with my protection looks like. Not hiding, but walking wisely, one clear-eyed decision at a time. Come back with me now to the inner rooms, because the outer road and the inner life rise and fall together. What happens in your thoughts does not stay in your thoughts. A mind at war makes a body at war. A heart at rest makes a body that can heal. The wise have said it from ancient days. A heart at peace gives life to the flesh. You have been proving the other half of that proverb without meaning to. There are feelings inside you that were never given a voice. Grief you swallowed because others needed you steady. Anger you buried because good people are not supposed to feel it. Disappointment you renamed as acceptance and filed away unopened. Hear me. Those feelings did not dissolve. What is buried alive does not die. It settles into the body and pays rent in tension, in weariness, in a heaviness you cannot explain to anyone. So I am asking you to do something that will feel unfamiliar. Tell me the truth. Not the polished version you give to people, and not the brave version you give to yourself. The plain truth. Speak it in prayer, out loud, in a room with no audience. David did this in his songs, and I did not strike him down for his honesty. I drew near to it. I called him a man after my own heart, not because his feelings were tidy, but because he brought them all to me. Honesty before me is not complaining. It is unloading a wagon that was never meant to cross the mountains full. Each truth you speak sets something down, and when the wagon is lighter, the whole journey changes. Your sleep changes. Your breath changes. Even your face changes, in ways those around you will notice before you do. Now listen to how you speak to yourself, because I have heard it, and it grieves me. When you stumble, the voice inside you says things you would never say to a friend. It calls you slow, behind, failing, too late. That voice did not come from me. I correct my children, but I never despise them. From this day, when you speak of yourself, speak as one describing someone I love. Because you are describing someone I love. Whisper your amen if you are willing to be made new from the inside out. That willingness is the doorway, because renewal is my craft. I renew the mind the way spring renews a field, not by force, but by steady warmth in one direction. Feed your thoughts what is true, noble, and worthy of praise, and starve the circling worries that have eaten your evenings. You cannot stop a bird from passing overhead, but you can stop it from building a nest in your hair. Worries will pass by. Nesting is what I am ending. Build small stillness into your days and guard it. A few quiet moments in the morning before the demands begin. A pause at midday to breathe deeply and remember that I am holding the world, so you do not have to. Stillness is not idleness. It is the posture in which your strength is exchanged for mine. Those who wait on me renew their strength. That promise has never expired, and it has your name on it. And in that stillness, let me retrain what urgency has taught you. Urgency has taught you that your worth is your output. It is a lie with a busy schedule. Your worth was set by me, and it does not rise on productive days or fall on tired ones. When you understand this, rest stops feeling like theft. You can lie down at night without guilt, because the one who never sleeps is on duty, and he does not need your help through the dark hours. Some of the weight in your chest is not about you at all. It is about those you love. You carry their struggles into your nights, turning their troubles over as if worrying were a form of guarding. I understand that ache, but hear me. Your worry adds nothing to their protection, while your prayer adds everything. So trade the one for the other. Name before me the ones you carry in prayer, and then leave them in my keeping until morning. I can be trusted with them through the night. I always have been. I want you to notice something that has already begun. There have been moments recently, small ones, when you felt lighter for no clear reason. A morning that did not start with dread. An hour when the old heaviness forgot to report. Those were not accidents. They were first fruits, early evidence that your turning toward me is already working beneath the surface. Change often begins quietly, like leaven in dough, long before the eye can see it. Do not despise slow progress, and do not let a bad day convince you the work has failed. Healing is not a straight staircase. Some days you will fall into an old pattern, an old thought, an old heaviness. When that happens, do not add shame to the load. Simply return. The returning is the practice. A righteous person falls 7 times and rises again, and I count the rising, not the falling. Remember also that my mercies do not carry balances forward. They are new every morning. Yesterday's failure does not sit at today's table unless you seat it there. Each dawn I hand you a day with nothing written on it, and I ask only that you walk it with me honestly. You do not have to earn back my favor after a hard week. You never lost it. What you lost was your sense of it, and sense returns the moment you turn toward me again. Stay near to me in this season, the way a lamp stays near its oil. Speak to me plainly. Bring me the worry the moment it arrives, before it unpacks. Give me the first minutes of your morning and the last thought of your night, and let me stand guard over everything between them. Peace I give to you, not the fragile kind the world trades in, but the kind that holds its ground in a storm. Let not your heart be troubled. I have overcome much worse than what stands in front of you. Now I must prepare you for something, because forewarned is forearmed, and I do not send my children into a field without telling them where the stones lie. A moment is approaching that will test everything you have received today. It will not announce itself as a test. It will arrive wearing the clothes of an ordinary day, and it will feel almost comfortable, as if nothing ever needed to change. That familiarity is the disguise. Do not trust it because it is familiar. Examine it because it is familiar. Here is how it will work. Something will invite you back. Back to the old pattern, the old pace, the old silence about what you feel, the old habit you have begun to release. The invitation will be soft. It will say that one time changes nothing, that you have earned a return, that all this new carefulness is exhausting and unnecessary. Old doors always advertise when they feel you leaving. The advertising is not a sign you should return. It is a sign your leaving is real. Patterns do not break themselves. They break when a person sees them coming and chooses differently. Once, then again, until the new way wears its own path. You are able to do this now in a way you were not able before, because you are no longer walking blind. When the moment comes, pause before you answer it. That pause is holy ground. Inside it, you have time to remember everything you heard today, and remembering is most of the victory. Expect distraction as well. When a person begins to turn their life, distractions gather like moths at a lamp. A sudden demand on your time, a small crisis that insists it cannot wait, a piece of news that sets your thoughts spinning. Not every interruption is an enemy, but in this season, weigh each one before you follow it. Nehemiah kept building the wall while voices called him to come down and meet about it. He answered from the wall. You may answer from the wall too. There will also be a voice, and this one comes from within, that tells you that you are overthinking all of this. It will say you are being dramatic, too cautious, too sensitive. Mark that voice well, because it only ever speaks when you are close to a change that matters. It never bothers a person drifting toward harm. It saves its breath for those walking out. When you hear it, let it confirm your direction rather than question it. And I will be honest with you about people. Some who are close to you will not understand what you are becoming. Your new boundaries will inconvenience those who benefited from your lack of them. Your honesty will unsettle those who preferred your silence. Your rest will look like laziness to those who valued you mainly for your labor. Let them wonder. You are not being shaped for their approval. A lamp is not required to apologize to the darkness for shining. Do not harden your heart against them, though. Some are not opposing you. They are simply startled because you are moving, and they had learned to lean on your standing still. Give them time. Some will adjust, and a few will even follow, because courage is quietly contagious. The ones who cannot accept any version of you that is well, those you may love from a healthier distance. Love does not require you to remain within reach of what wounds you. Through all of this, trust the inner knowing I have placed in you. It has grown stronger through every minute of this message. It is that settled sense that recognizes truth when truth walks in. The quiet no that rises before you can explain it. The quiet yes that outlasts your doubts. My sheep know my voice. You have known it longer than you realize. Every time you almost did something and could not go through with it, and later saw why, that was knowing. Honor it now on purpose instead of by accident. Your body will help you in this if you let it. It has learned today's lessons alongside your spirit. When something is wrong, you may feel it before you can name it. A tightening, an unease, a heaviness that enters the room with certain matters. When something is right, a steadiness comes, quiet as morning light. These signals are not superstition. They are part of the design I built into you, the same design I have been asking you to stop ignoring. Spirit and body agreeing together make a witness that is hard to deceive. Let me tell you what standing firm will look like, so you can recognize yourself doing it. It will look small. It will be a sentence spoken calmly where you once would have stayed quiet. An evening kept for rest against a tide of demands. A second look at an offer everyone else has already praised. A walk taken to loosen your body while the work shouts that it cannot spare you. No trumpet will sound over these moments, but in them, the entire direction of your life will be turning. And when you stumble, and somewhere you will because every walker stumbles, remember what I told you about returning. The test is not passed by perfection. It is passed by refusing to stay down. Peter failed on the worst possible night, 3 denials before the rooster cried, and that failure did not end his story. I met him on a shore afterward and gave him work to do. Failure that returns to me becomes training. Only failure that hides becomes ruin. So walk into the coming days without dread. You are not waiting to see whether the test will find you strong enough. You are deciding here and now how you will answer it, and a decision made in peace is stronger than one made under fire. Set it in your heart tonight. When the familiar invitation comes, I will pause. When the pressure comes, I will breathe and step back. When the doubting voice comes, I will remember whose I am. Settle these answers now, and the test will find them already in place. Now hear the part of this message that I have been saving. The way a father saves the best word for last. Everything I have shown you today, the warnings, the releases, the preparations, all of it has been clearing ground. And ground is only cleared for one reason. Something is meant to be built on it. I have not been steering you away from harm so you could stand in an empty field. I have been steering you toward something, and it is time you heard what. There is a place ahead of you where your strength is not spent before noon, where your sleep restores you and your mornings do not begin with bracing, where the decisions that once circled your mind for weeks resolve in days, because you and I are deciding them together, where the people around you are the ones who add to you and the work of your hands finally lands on good soil. This is not a dream I am describing, it is a direction. Every instruction I gave you today is a step on the road that leads there. Do not measure that road by how you feel tonight. Feelings are weather, and I am speaking about climate. There will still be gray days on the way. What changes is what the days add up to. A person walking with me can lose an afternoon and still gain the year. So judge this season by its harvest, not by its single storms. And remember that the one who plows in hope owns a future the anxious cannot imagine. And I have not forgotten the ones you love. I heard every name your heart lifted while you listened, including the ones you did not speak. I am able to reach them in places you cannot go and at hours you will never see. Your task is not to be their rescuer. That position is filled. Your task is to become living evidence of what I can do with a person who listens, so that when they wonder whether change is possible, they can look at you and stop wondering. Here is what I ask of you when these words end, and I ask it plainly because plain things get done. Tonight, rest without guilt. Tomorrow, take the smallest obedience within reach. Drink what your body needs. Speak one honest sentence you have been withholding. Set down one weight that was never yours. The day after, do it again. I am not asking for a heroic week. I am asking for a faithful one. Heroics impress people. Faithfulness moves me. Keep the pause I taught you. Before the familiar invitation, pause. Before the pressured decision, pause. Before the harsh word to yourself, pause. In every pause, you will find me already there, because I do not meet you only in temples and storms. I meet you in the half-second between impulse and action. That is the narrow gate where most of your future will be decided, and I will stand in it with you every time. Watch over your peace as a guard watches over a city. When it leaves a conversation, notice. When it settles on a path, notice. I gave you that signal so you would never have to navigate by other people's noise. The world will always be loud, and it will always be certain, and it will very often be wrong. Peace is quieter than the world, which is why so few follow it. Follow it anyway. It has never once led you toward the harm I warned about. It never will. And concerning what you placed in my hands in trust, hold no anxiety over it. Seed in the ground looks like loss to anyone who has never seen a harvest. The farmer knows better, and now so do you. What you released is not gone. It is ahead of you, working in soil you cannot see, and you will meet it again in a form larger than the one it left in. I keep accounts more carefully than any steward on earth, and no one has ever outgiven me. Do not tell yourself that this hour was ordinary. You will be tempted to once daily life closes back over you like water. But something happened here that does not happen every day. You stopped. You listened all the way to the end. You let truth name things in your life that flattery had been protecting. Most people never sit still long enough to be found like this. You did. And what has been spoken into you today will keep working long after the sound of it fades, the way seed keeps working under quiet ground. If the day comes when you feel far from me again, and such days come to everyone, do not rebuild the distance with shame. Just speak. One word is enough. I have never once been the one who moved away, and I will not begin with you. My eye does not wander from my own. Even when your faith thins to a thread is enough for me to hold. I have anchored whole lives on less. So now, stand up on the inside. Let your shoulders come down from your ears. Unclench what you have been clenching. The tragedy that was forming has met its interruption, because you heard, and hearing became turning, and turning is the one thing harm cannot survive. Walk out of this hour lighter than you entered it. Care for the vessel I made. Choose with open eyes. Release quickly, rest deeply. Return always. Remember too who you are as you go. Not a person barely escaping trouble, but an heir walking a prepared road. I do not merely tolerate you, I chose you. Long before this message reached your ears, I had already decided you were worth warning, worth guarding, worth building. Let that settle any question of your value that today's words stirred up. The Maker of all things bent low to speak with you at length. That is not what abandonment looks like. That is what belonging looks like. I am with you tonight as you close your eyes, and I will be there before your eyes open, already at work on the day waiting for you. I will go before you to make the crooked places straight. I will stand behind you as a rear guard and beside you as a companion on the road. No word I have spoken to you today will return to me empty. It will accomplish what I sent it to do in you, and you will live to see it and know it was me. My child, the path is open. The season has turned. What remains is your yes. Declare your amen now and walk with me into the days I have prepared for you.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My child, stop what you are doing right now. Yes, you. Halt your thoughts and give me your complete focus for a little while. I am interrupting your day on purpose. This is not an accident, and it is not chance. I have placed these words in your path because there is something I must say to you, and it cannot wait any longer. You have asked me for a sign. You have prayed, Lord, show me that you are with me. Show me that you hear me. Show me that you have not forgotten me. As my voice reaches you now, understand that this is my answer. This moment is the sign you asked for. So do not dismiss what you are hearing. Do not let your mind wander to the worries of the day. What I am about to speak into your spirit carries weight, and it is meant for you alone. Listen closely, for I am not merely speaking. I am mending. I am restoring. I am drawing you back into stillness. I have seen your weariness. I have seen you rise each morning and push through worry, discomfort, and uncertainty. There were days you smiled for others while your spirit ached inside. There were nights you lay awake while your thoughts circled like a storm that would not end. You called out to me and it felt like silence, but I was not silent. I was there. I was with you in the darkness. I heard every word you spoke and every word you could not bring yourself to say. When your heart was too heavy to form a prayer, I understood what your heart meant. Nothing you carried escaped me. Nothing you suffered went unnoticed. You may feel that no one truly understands your journey, but I do. I understand the weight you carry. I understand what it is to keep moving when your inner self feels empty. I understand the loneliness that presses in when the house grows quiet and there is no one left to pretend for. Hear me now. I did not bring you this far to abandon you. I did not deliver you, protect you, and sustain you through every season of your life, only to withdraw my presence at the end of it. I am still here. I have not changed. And I still have a purpose for your life that no failure has canceled and no delay has erased. Yes, you have made mistakes. You have stumbled. You have questioned me and you have questioned yourself. But my love for you was never tied to your perfection. I love you because you are mine. You came from my hand. You are my joy. Nothing you have done and nothing anyone has ever said about you can undo that truth. You have been strong for so long. But I am not asking you for strength right now. I am asking you to rest. Not the rest of sleep alone, but the deep rest of a spirit that finally stops striving. Lay down the worry. Lay down the guilt. Lay down the need to repair everything through your own effort. That was never your burden to carry. It is mine. I know the enemy of your soul is already whispering to you. He is telling you to turn away, that this word is not really for you, that nothing will change. He is a deceiver, and he fears what will happen if you believe me. This word is for you. I called you into this moment because I am about to move in your life, and I want your heart open when I do. You stand at a threshold. There are turning points in a life that do not come twice in the same way, and this is one of yours. Heaven has been arranging this hour long before you thought to ask for it. Doors are ready to open, chains are ready to fall. But I need your attention, your trust, and your willingness to stay with me until I have finished speaking. Lean closer now. I am not calling to you from some far country. I am nearer than your own breath, nearer than your heartbeat. I have walked beside you through every shadowed valley and every storm that seemed too fierce to survive. You did not endure those years because you were unbreakable. You endured because I was holding you up when your strength was gone. So let the noise inside you grow quiet. Let your shoulders come down from around your ears. Breathe slowly and know that you are standing in my presence. What I am about to say will touch the hidden places, the wounds you show no one, the questions you have stopped asking out loud. I know them all, and I have an answer for each one. Perhaps you have grown used to holding yourself together. You have learned to answer, "I am fine," before anyone can look too closely. You have carried burdens quietly so that those around you would not worry. My precious child, you do not have to perform for me. I have already seen behind the answers. Bring me the tired self, the confused self, the self that is running low on hope. That is the one I am speaking to now. And do not fear that you have come to me too late. You have not. My timing is not ruined by your delays, and my plans are not undone by your detours. The moment you turn your heart toward me, you are exactly where I can meet you. This hour is proof of it. You are here. I am here. That is enough for what I am about to do. Before we go further, I ask one thing of you. Receive this word with faith. Do not weigh it with suspicion or hold it at a distance. Take it into your heart the way dry ground takes in rain. If you will do that, you will not leave this moment the same as you came to it. If you believe I am with you in this very moment, whisper your amen now. Now let me speak to the wounds that others left behind. I have seen how people hurt you. I saw the moment trust was broken, when words that should have been kind became sharp instead. I saw promises made to you and then abandoned. I saw you give love that was not returned, and I saw what that did to your heart. I want you to hear this plainly. It was not your fault. What they did came from what was broken in them, not from what was lacking in you. Their choices do not define your worth. Their leaving was never a sign that I had left. In truth, while they were pulling away, I was drawing nearer. While your heart was breaking, I was already gathering the pieces. You wondered in those seasons whether you truly mattered. You looked at your life and asked whether anyone would notice if you simply faded into the background. My child, you have never once been invisible to me. When you walked into rooms where no one greeted you, my presence surrounded you. When you prayed prayers you thought were too small to deserve an answer, I leaned in and listened to every word. And I know about the other voice, the one that speaks when you are alone, the one that murmurs, "You are not enough. You have failed too many times. You are too far gone." You have tried to push those thoughts away, but they keep returning, and they are heaviest at night. Hear me clearly. That voice is not mine. I have never called you worthless. I have never called you a failure. I have never looked at you with disgust. My voice speaks love. My voice declares that you are pardoned, chosen, and wanted. Any word that drags you toward despair did not come from your Father. When you stumble, I do not step back from you. I reach down to lift you. When you doubt, I do not withdraw my hand. I steady you until your faith finds its footing again. I am not a God who waits at a distance for you to become acceptable. I came to you in your worst hour, and I have stayed through every hour since. Consider how far you have come. You have walked through things that could have destroyed you, and yet here you are, still breathing, still listening, still reaching for me. That is not weakness. That is evidence of a life I have been guarding. If your story were finished, you would not be hearing my voice right now. I am not finished with you. You may believe your best days are behind you. You may look at the years gone by and grieve what was lost in them. But I tell you, what lies ahead of you is greater than what lies behind you. The sorrow you have known will not be the final word of your story. Joy is drawing near. Hope is taking root again. I am beginning something new in you, even now. Long before anyone gave you a name, I had already chosen you. I formed you with intention and care, shaping every part of who you are. I placed strengths in you that no one else carries in quite the same way. You are not one face lost in a crowd to me. You are my own. engraved on the palms of my hands, and I could no more forget you than deny myself. Others may have overlooked you. Others may have misjudged you or measured you by your worst season. But their measurements are not mine. I do not define you by the day you fell. I define you by what I created you to become, and by the love I have carried for you from the beginning until this very breath. So when the old accusations rise, answer them with my word. When shame says, remember what you did, answer, my Father has pardoned it. When fear says, you will always be alone, answer, my God has never left me. When despair says, nothing will change, answer, my God is making all things new. You do not have to shout. You only have to believe what I have said. There is a place in you that has been waiting years to hear this. Not the surface, but the deep place, the one you guard. Let these words reach it. Let them settle where the wounds are oldest. I am not offering you a pleasant thought to carry for an afternoon. I am speaking healing over the foundations of your life. You are loved with a love that has no end and no condition. You are chosen, not by accident, but by design. You are known completely and still wanted completely. There is nothing in you that made me turn away, and there is nothing ahead of you that I have not already prepared for. This is the truth about your life. Whatever anyone else has said, stand on it. Build on it. Let every other voice grow quiet before it. From this day, I want you to carry yourself as one who belongs to the living God, because that is exactly what you are. Not tolerated, not barely accepted. Beloved, do not compare your path to anyone else's. When you look sideways at other lives, you will always find someone who seems further along, more blessed, more settled. But their road was never meant for your feet. I designed you for a purpose that belongs to you alone, and I am unfolding it at the pace that is right for you. Your appointed time has not passed you by. It is drawing near. And to those you love, the ones you carry in prayer, I extend the same faithfulness. I see them too. I know the concerns you lift up for them when no one is listening. Trust me with them. My reach is longer than your worry, and my care for them does not sleep when you do. The prayers you have spoken over their lives have not fallen to the ground. I have received everyone, and I am working in ways you cannot yet see. Say, Lord, I am yours, if you receive this truth over your life. Now I must speak to you about the waiting, because I know it has tested you more than almost anything else. You have asked for answers, and the answers seemed slow. You have asked for change, and the days kept passing unchanged. You have looked at the horizon so long that your hope grew tired, and somewhere in the waiting, a question took root. Lord, have you forgotten me? I have not forgotten you, not for 1 hour. While you were counting the days, I was working beneath the surface of them. Think of the seed hidden in the ground. To the eye, nothing is happening. The field looks bare and still. But under the soil, life is stirring. Roots are spreading downward, anchoring deep, drawing strength from places no one can see. Then one morning, the green blade breaks through, and everything the silence concealed is suddenly revealed. That is what has been happening in your life. The stillness you mistook for absence was the quiet of deep work. I have been arranging circumstances you cannot yet see. I have been positioning the right people along your path and moving the wrong ones out of it. I have been opening what needed to open and sealing what needed to close. None of it was visible to you. All of it was real. If I had handed you everything the moment you asked, some of it would have crushed you. There are blessings that require a certain strength to carry, and I love you too much to lay a full harvest on shoulders that were not yet ready for its weight. So I strengthened you first, not to delay your joy, but to protect it. My timing is not slow, it is exact. I know the very hour when each promise should arrive in your life, and I will not miss it. What I have spoken over you I will bring to pass. I do not make pledges and abandon them. I do not speak and then change my mind. Heaven and earth will pass away before one word of mine falls to the ground. So what do I ask of you in this season? Keep believing. Keep speaking hope over your life even on the days when your voice shakes. Keep bringing me your requests, even the ones you have prayed 100 times. Faith is not the absence of tiredness. Faith is coming back to me one more time, and that you have done. I have seen it, and it moves my heart. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Remember what I did with 5 loaves and 2 small fish. A crowd of thousands sat hungry on a hillside, and the little that was offered became more than enough, with baskets left over. I have never needed abundance to create abundance. I need only what is placed in my hands with trust. That has always been my way, and it has not changed. So do not measure what you hold by its size. Measure it by where you set it. The same hands that multiplied bread on a hillside are open toward you now, and nothing entrusted to me is ever diminished. When you loosen your grip on what you fear to lose, you make room to receive what I have been waiting to give. Fear closes the hand and closes the heart. Trust opens both. And after you have trusted me, rest. Do not lie awake calculating how the provision will come. That arithmetic belongs to me. The birds of the air do not store away grain, and yet they are fed. The flowers of the field do not labor at the loom, and yet a king in all his splendor was never clothed like them. Are you not worth far more to me than these? You are. Live like it. I see also how the waiting has taught you things that ease could never teach. You have learned to hear my voice in the quiet. You have learned which friendships hold and which ones fold. You have learned that your soul can survive far more than you once believed. These lessons are treasure. They will serve you in the season that is coming, when I entrust you with more. There is a certain peace that belongs to people who have stopped rushing me. I want that peace for you. It does not mean you stop desiring or stop asking. It means you ask from a settled heart instead of a frantic one. It means you can see others receive their answers and rejoice with them, knowing your own hour is appointed and cannot be stolen by anyone. So let today be the day the striving quiets down. Say to your own soul, be still. The one who promised is faithful. He has never lost a harvest he planted, and he did not begin this work in me to walk away from it. My child, speak those words when the old anxiety rises. Speak them at midnight. Speak them at dawn. They are true every hour. Remember, too, that waiting with me is not wasted living. The years you thought were lost were never outside my sight or my plan. Even the crooked stretches of the road were carrying you somewhere. You will understand some of it later, and some of it you will simply entrust to me. Either way, nothing is missing from your story that I intend for you to have. The season is turning. I tell you this not to soothe you, but because it is so. You have been faithful through the bare months. and the first signs of green are closer than you think. Stay near to me now. What comes next will ask for a steady heart, and I am making yours steady even as you listen. And now, my child, I must tell you something that may be harder to hear. There are things in your life it is time to say goodbye to. A new season cannot be poured into hands that are still gripping the old one. So before I lead you forward, I am asking you to release what has been holding you in place. Say goodbye to the guilt you have been carrying. You have punished yourself long after I stopped counting the offense. You have replayed old failures as if rehearsing them could undo them. It cannot. I have removed your wrongs from you as far as the east is from the west. When I pardon, I do not keep a copy of the record. Why are you still reading from yours? Say goodbye to shame. Guilt says you did something wrong, but shame goes further and says you are something wrong. That is a lie from the pit, and it has stolen enough of your life. You are not your worst day. You are not the name someone once called you. You are not damaged goods. You are my child, washed and welcomed, and I am not ashamed of you. Say goodbye to the fear that has narrowed your world. Fear has told you what you cannot do, where you cannot go, what will surely go wrong if you try. It has kept you small when I made you for wide places. I have not given you a spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and of a sound mind. Every time fear speaks, it is speaking outside its authority. You do not have to obey it. Say goodbye to bitterness. I know the root goes deep, and I know it grew from real wounds. But bitterness is a tenant that pays no rent and poisons the whole house. Forgiving those who hurt you does not declare that what they did was small. It declares that you refuse to drink poison over it any longer. Hand me the debt they owe you. I am a just God. I will deal with what was done, and I will do it rightly. Your part is to be free. Say goodbye to certain voices. Not every person who has access to your ears deserves it. There are those who mock what you hold sacred, who belittle your hopes, who speak to you in ways that shrink your soul. Step back from their reach. You can love people and still stop letting them wound you. Guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. Where scorn is loud, walk quietly away and come sit where you are spoken to with truth and kindness. Say goodbye to the old patterns too, the habits you reach for when the ache rises, the ways of coping that cost more than they give. You know the ones I mean because you have asked me about them in the dark more than once. I am not condemning you. I am offering you my hand. These chains do not break through shame. They break through my presence, one surrendered day at a time, and I will be with you in every one of those days. And say goodbye to the version of tomorrow that despair has painted for you. You have imagined the worst so many times that it has begun to feel like prophecy. It is not prophecy. It is fear wearing a costume. I alone hold your future, and what I hold for you is good. Plans for peace and not for harm, a future and a hope. Let despair keep none of its paintings on your walls. I know that letting go feels like loss. You have held some of these things so long they feel like part of you. But you were not made to be a keeper of dead things. You were made for life, and life must have room. Every goodbye I am asking of you is making space for something I have been waiting to give. Think of my servant whom I called out of his father's house toward a land he had never seen. He had to leave before he could receive. Think of the fishermen who left their nets on the shore. The nets were their living, their identity, their security, and yet what they stepped into was immeasurably more. It has always been this way in my kingdom. The open hand receives, the clenched hand cannot. So do this with me now. In the quiet of your heart, Name what you are releasing. Name the guilt. Name the fear. Name the person you are finally forgiving. Name the habit you are surrendering. You do not need eloquent words. Simply say, "Lord, I give this to you," and mean it. That simple act, done in faith, moves more in the unseen world than you can imagine. And when the old things come knocking again, and they will, do not panic. Their return does not mean your release failed. It means they are testing whether you meant it. Stand at the door and say, "That no longer lives here." Say it as many times as you must. Each time you refuse them, their voice grows fainter, and my voice in you grows stronger. Understand also why I press you on this today and not someday. Seasons have doors, and doors do not stand open forever. The willingness you feel right now, the softness in your heart as you listen, that is my spirit at work in you. Do not let this stirring cool into another postponed decision. The person who says, "I will deal with it later," often finds that later has a way of never arriving. Today, while your heart is tender, is the day. This is the goodbye that opens the gate. On the other side of it stands everything I have been preparing while you were still bound. Freedom is not far away, my child. It is one surrender away. Walk with me through this gate, and do not look back the way the fearful do. Look forward. That is where I am leading, and I do not lead my children into ruin. I lead them home. Now let me show you what the hard years were actually doing, because I know you have questioned them. You have asked why the road had to be this steep, why the battles kept coming, why relief always seemed one more hill away. You wondered at times if I was against you. I was not. I was forging something in you that comfort could never forge. Gold does not become pure by resting in the ground. It passes through fire, and the fire does not destroy it. The fire separates it from everything that is not gold. That is what your trials have done. They have burned away what was shallow, so that what remains in you is true. You are not the same person who entered those fires. You are stronger, wiser, and more real. The weight you can now carry would have flattened the person you used to be. The storms taught your roots to go deep. A tree that has never faced wind grows tall and hollow, and the first real gale brings it down. But a tree that has bent under many storms sends its roots into the rock. You have bent, my child. You thought bending meant you were breaking, but you did not break. And now you are anchored in me at a depth that no passing storm can reach. I want you to remember Jericho. My people walked around that city once a day for 6 days, and nothing happened. No cracks appeared. No stone shifted. To every onlooking eye, their marching looked useless. Imagine if they had quit on the 6th evening, footsore and mocked with the wall still standing. They would have walked away one single day before the miracle. But they continued, and on the 7th day, at the sound of the shout, those walls fell flat. I tell you this because you are closer to your 7th day than you know. The walls in your life look as solid as ever. That is what walls look like right up until the moment they fall. Do not measure my progress by what your eyes report. The most important collapses begin invisibly. Keep circling. Keep obeying. Keep believing. Your shout is coming. Remember also the man at the pool of Bethesda. 38 years he lay there, waiting for waters to stir, seeing others receive what always slipped past him. When I came to him, I asked him one question. Do you want to be made well? It sounds like a strange question to ask a suffering man. But long suffering can teach a soul to build its home inside the sickness, to stop imagining any other life. So now I ask you the same question, and I ask it with all tenderness. Do you want to be made whole? Not just comforted in the old place, but lifted out of it. Wholeness will change things. It will ask you to pick up your mat and walk, to live without the story that has explained your life for so long. If your answer is yes, then say yes to me now, deep in your spirit. That yes is the hinge on which this whole hour turns. And learn from Martha and Mary. Martha hurried through the house, anxious and troubled about many things, while Mary sat at my feet and listened. Only one thing was needed, and Mary chose it. In these days, my child, be merry. The tasks will wait. The concerns will keep. But moments like this one, when heaven bends low to speak, must not be traded for busyness. The portion you receive at my feet can never be taken from you. I know perseverance is easier to praise than to practice. I know there have been evenings when you said, I cannot do this again tomorrow. And yet tomorrow came, and you did it. Do you understand what that means? My strength has been working in your weakness all along. When you were at your emptiest, and still took the next step, that step was mine and yours together. You have never once walked alone, even on the days you were sure you did. So here is my word for the battles that remain. Do not fear them. I have already gone ahead of you into everyone. There are dangers I have removed from your path that you will never know about. Snares undone before your foot ever reached them. The protection you could not see was still protection. The same shield goes before you now. Stand firm then, and do not throw away your confidence, for it will be richly rewarded. You have need of endurance, so that after you have done my will, you will receive what I have promised. The harvest is certain for those who do not give up. Weeping may last through the night, but joy arrives with the morning. And your morning, my child, is nearer than it has ever been. Let no one convince you that your persistence has been foolish. Heaven sees it differently. Every quiet act of faithfulness has been recorded. Every time you chose hope when despair was easier, it mattered. Every prayer repeated through gritted teeth has been rising before me like incense. Nothing offered to me in faith is ever lost. Nothing. And when you cannot fight, rest is not retreat. Even my servant Elijah, after his greatest victory, lay exhausted under the broom tree and asked for the end. I did not scold him. I fed him, and I let him sleep. And then I fed him again. And in the strength of that food he traveled 40 days. Sometimes the most faithful thing you can do is eat and sleep, and let me restore you. There is no shame in it. The journey is long, and I know how you are made. One day you will look back on this stretch of road and understand what it made of you. You will see that the narrow way was carrying you toward the wide place all along. Until that day, walk by faith and not by sight. I am beside you on the road, closer than your shadow, and I do not tire. Declare your amen now if your faith still stands. Now let me teach you the way of the thankful heart, because it will guard everything I am about to give you. When blessing finally rests in your hands, a quiet danger arrives with it. The danger of forgetting. 10 lepers were cleansed on the road, and only one turned back to give thanks. I do not want the answer to your prayers to become the thing that draws you away from me. So begin each morning with gratitude, before the noise of the day can flood in. Thank me for the breath in your chest. Thank me for the people who brighten your hours. Thank me for the mercies that met you while you slept, for they are new every morning. A few honest words are enough. I am not looking for ceremony. I am listening for a sincere heart. Let thanksgiving come before your requests, not after them. When you enter my gates with thanksgiving, something changes in you before anything changes around you. Gratitude clears the eyes. It reminds you of every past faithfulness, and remembered faithfulness makes present trust easier. The soul that counts its blessings finds its burdens easier to count as well. And guard against pride, my child. When relief comes, pride will whisper that your own cleverness carried you through. Do not believe it. Thoughts like that are cracks in a jar, and blessing leaks out through them slowly, unnoticed, until the vessel stands empty. Humility keeps the vessel sound. Say freely, "This was the hand of my God," and the jar will hold what I pour into it. Do not despise small beginnings either. When provision comes, it may arrive as a modest opening rather than a flood. Walk through it anyway. Small starts lay solid foundations. The faithful tending of little things is how I prepare my children for greater things. Be trustworthy with the day of small things, and you will stand unshaken in the day of large ones. For your household, I am making a way toward honest and meaningful work, where effort is met with dignity. Learn all you can in every opening I provide. Treat each task with care, as work done for me and not merely for people. Steady effort joined with gratitude turns earnings into security, and security into the joy of sharing with those still finding their footing. This is the quiet road to plenty, and it is a good road. If what I give differs from what you asked, receive it with trust rather than reluctance. I see the whole landscape of your life, the parts behind you and the parts still hidden from view. Sometimes the thing you requested would have narrowed your path, and the thing I gave instead will widen it. My choices for you flow from deep care. Accept them with confidence, knowing the portion provided suits your journey, and let your gratitude overflow toward others. Speak encouragement to 3 people who are hurting, and notice the calm that settles over them. A weary world is changed by such small, faithful acts more than by grand speeches. When you bless people in pain, you are reflecting my own character, and I take delight in it. The ones you love will learn more from the way you live thankfully than from anything you argue. Be careful, though, whose words you build your life upon. There are voices that promise much and deliver nothing, glittering teachings that miss both truth and love. Stay rooted in what you know is faithful. My guidance always leads toward kindness, wisdom, and integrity. If a voice leads you elsewhere, however impressive it sounds, it is not mine. You know my voice as sheep know their shepherd, and I will keep tuning your ear to it. There is a radiance about a grateful life that cannot be counterfeited. People sense it. They may not know its name, but they are drawn to its source. So do not hide the light I have placed in you. Let your steadiness in trials and your thankfulness in blessings point quietly to me. A calm life that overflows with gratitude leads more hearts home than a loud one ever will. When challenges appear, and they will still appear, ground yourself quickly. Breathe slowly. Recall the evidence of my past provision, for you have plenty of it now. Hold frustration loosely and wisdom tightly. Speak kindly to yourself as you adjust, for harshness toward your own soul is not humility, and it does not honor the one who made you. Every obstacle met with courage and thanksgiving refines your character and enriches your story. And end each evening as you began the morning. Let your last thoughts before sleep be simple thanks, for guidance given, for strength supplied, for lessons learned. Release the leftover worries of the day into my keeping. You can put them down because I stay awake either way. He who keeps you does not slumber. Rest and let the night pass under my care. Notice the small wonders as you go. Morning light on the table, laughter shared with a friend, an unexpected kindness from a stranger. These simple treasures train the heart to spot goodness even on difficult days. And a heart trained to see goodness grows resilient. Over time, this quiet practice will hold you steady where louder remedies fail. It costs a moment of attention, and it pays in peace. Gratitude costs you nothing, yet it means everything, because it keeps your heart facing toward me. And a heart facing me is a heart I can fill. This is the secret of the contented soul, my child. Not more, but thankfulness for what is, which mysteriously opens the way to more than you asked. Practice it daily, in small things, until it becomes the very air you breathe. Hold these words close as we come to the final thing I must tell you. For now I am ready to speak of what is being released over your life in this very hour. What I have prepared is not small, and I want you to receive it with a heart made ready, a heart set free, a heart overflowing with thanks. Because you have stayed with me, because you have leaned in and received my words with an open heart, I now declare over you what heaven has been holding for this hour. Hear me clearly, for I do not speak in riddles. I speak with certainty, and what I declare cannot be undone. This is the hour of breakthrough, and it begins now. The chains that have bound you are breaking. The invisible weights that pressed on your chest, the cycles that seem to have no end, the patterns of fear and heaviness that returned again and again, they are giving way under the power of my presence. Where my spirit is, there is freedom, and I am releasing that freedom over you as you listen. You will not live bound any longer. The doors that stayed shut are opening. I know how many times you knocked and heard nothing. I know the tries that ended in rejection and the hopes that ended in delay. Those doors were shut because the hour had not come, not because you were refused forever. Now the hour has come. Openings no man can seal are being set before you. Paths you never imagined are being cleared. When it happens, you will know beyond doubt that it was my hand, because no other explanation will fit. Healing is moving toward you, for your body, your mind, and your heart. I am the God who restores. Where sickness has worn you down, I speak renewal into every hidden part of you. Where anxious thoughts have circled without rest, I speak peace. Be still. Receive my calm. The storm inside you is being silenced, and from this day, peace will be your portion in greater and greater measure. I am healing your heart as well. The losses that cut deep, the seasons of grief, the disappointments you stopped mentioning because no one seemed to understand, I am tending each one. The bitterness that tried to take root has been pulled. The heaviness you thought was permanent is lifting. You will not walk in the shadow of yesterday any longer. You will walk in the light of what I am doing now. And I am not only restoring, I am multiplying. In your relationships, where there has been distance, I will bring reconciliation. Where there has been loneliness, I will bring true companionship. People who will stand with you in prayer and believe with you. People who care nothing for your past because they can see your future. Open your heart to receive them. Isolation was never my design for you. In your provision, I am opening streams. The lack you have known was a season, not a sentence. I am bringing increase where there was decrease, and enough where there was never enough. Remember the loaves and the fish, and remember what you placed in my hands with trust. I am the God who multiplies what is offered in faith, and the harvest I spoke of is already growing toward your door. Receive also my rest for your mind. You have carried questions that have no quick answers, and you have grown tired of asking them. Set them down at my feet tonight. Some answers will come with time, and some will wait for eternity. But none of them are lost. You do not need every explanation to have peace. You only need to know that the one who holds the answers loves you, and he does. Let that be enough for tonight, and you will find it is enough for tomorrow as well. Now, before I finish, receive your charge. Walk out of this moment differently than you walked in. Carry yourself as one who has heard from the living God, because you have. When the old lies return, answer them out loud with what I have told you today. When the walls still look tall, remember the seventh day. When the waiting stretches on, remember the seed beneath the soil, alive and rising. Nothing I have spoken to you will fall to the ground. Share the hope you have received. Not by argument, but by presence. Be the calm one in the anxious room. Be the kind voice where voices are harsh. Walk beside those who feel lost until they can find the road, and let your steady, grateful life point quietly to me. The light I have kindled in you is not for hiding. Set it where the weary can see it, and stay near to me, not only in the crisis, but in the calm that follows. Speak with me in the morning before the day begins. Speak with me at night before sleep takes you. Bring me your joys, not only your emergencies. This closeness is the true treasure, greater than every other blessing I have named, for every other blessing flows out of it. Seek first my kingdom, and all these things will be added to you. If you drift, and my children sometimes drift, do not stay away out of embarrassment. Come back the moment you notice. One quiet thought turned toward me, one honest word, and the fellowship is whole again. My door has no lock on your side of it, and my welcome does not expire. Nothing you confess to me will ever make me love you less than I do at this moment. The world around you will keep shaking. Storms will gather in many places, and many hearts will be troubled. But you will be like a house on rock, because you have heard these words and taken hold of them. My peace I give to you, not as the world gives. Let not your heart be troubled, neither let it be afraid. You know now who holds you, and nothing anywhere can loosen that grip. So lift your head, my child. The night you walked through has an ending, and you are nearer to it than ever. What was sorrow will turn to joy. What was delay will turn to fulfillment. What was trial will become the story you tell of my faithfulness. I have been with you in every season, and I am with you now, and I will be with you through all that is coming, to the very end and beyond it. Go in peace. Go in confidence. Go as one who is loved beyond measure, chosen on purpose, and never, ever alone. I am the beginning of your story and its completion, and everything between is held safely in my hands. This is my word over your life, and my word does not return empty. If you trust me for all that is coming, let your amen be the last word you speak tonight.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My child, hear me now, because I will not soften what must be said. Something is coming tonight, and it will shake a part of your life you thought was settled. This is not a passing word. This is urgent, and it is meant for you alone. I have called to you again and again. You felt it in the quiet moments that pull inside your chest, and you pushed it away. You told yourself it was nothing. You filled the silence with noise so you would not have to answer me. But I do not stop speaking simply because you stopped listening. Understand why my voice carries this weight tonight. It is not anger. I am not speaking against you. I am speaking for you. Time is tightening around a matter in your life, and I refuse to let you walk into it blind. What unfolds in the coming hours will either become a blessing or a burden, and the difference lies in how you receive what I am telling you now. You have felt a strange heaviness lately. You could not name it, but it followed you through your days and pressed on you at night. Hear me. That heaviness is not fear. It is awareness. It is my hand preparing your heart for what you could not yet see. I see what forms behind the walls of your life, and I am calling you before it arrives. There are movements around you that you have not noticed, decisions being made where you cannot hear them, intentions taking shape in hearts you cannot fully see into. I know every one of them. Nothing that happens tonight will happen outside my sight, and nothing will catch me by surprise, even if it catches you. So slow down. Set aside what occupied you and listen with your whole heart. This is not a small warning tucked into an ordinary hour. What is coming carries weight, and it will bring hidden things into the light. Some of what is revealed will bring you relief. Some of it will sit uncomfortably in your spirit. All of it is necessary. I am not trying to frighten you. I am trying to wake you. There is a difference between fear and awakening, and you must learn it tonight. Fear scatters you. Awakening gathers you. Fear makes you run from the truth. Awakening lets you stand inside it without breaking. You have been asking for change. Perhaps you never said it aloud, but I heard it all the same. It lived in the way you sighed when no one was near. It lived in the restlessness you could not explain, the sense that your life had drifted from its course. You wanted something to move. You wanted something to finally break open in your favor. Tonight is connected to that desire, but it will not arrive the way you imagined. You pictured change coming gently, like a door swinging open. Sometimes it comes like a stone dropped into still water. Sometimes the path to your breakthrough begins with something that shakes your comfort and forces your eyes open. Do not despise the shaking. It is the beginning of the answer. I have watched you carry burdens in silence. You smiled where it was expected. You said you were fine when you were not. You held yourself together in front of others and came apart quietly when the day was done. I saw all of it. Not one hidden hour escaped me. I know the thoughts that circle you late at night, the questions about direction, the wondering whether your effort matters, the fatigue that sits deeper than sleep can reach. I am not distant from any of this. I have been closer to you in those hours than you dared to believe. That is why I am speaking with such force now. I refuse to let you meet what is coming without understanding what it means. A shepherd does not whisper when the flock drifts toward a cliff in the dark. He raises his voice. My voice is raised tonight because you are precious to me, not because you have failed me. There is a situation near you that has not been fully revealed. It may involve a person. It may involve a decision. It may involve a truth that has been kept from you, deliberately or not. Tonight, something about it comes into the light, and once you see it, you will not be able to unsee it. You may feel surprised. You may feel shocked. Let the feeling pass through you without ruling you. Remember what I am telling you in this hour. Nothing revealed tonight is outside my knowledge. I permitted it to surface now, because now is when you are strong enough to face it. Do not react out of fear when things begin to unfold. Stay calm. Stay rooted. Fear will urge you to act quickly, to speak sharply, to decide in haste. Wisdom will tell you to be still and let the truth finish arriving. Choose stillness. I am with you in it. What feels shocking is not sent to harm you. It is sent to redirect you. It is a turning of the road, not a collapse of the road. If this truth had stayed buried longer, it would have cost you far more than the discomfort of seeing it now. I am sparing you a deeper wound by allowing a smaller one. You have ignored your inner knowing before. You felt the quiet resistance in your spirit and talked yourself out of it. You let others explain away what you sensed. That is why I speak louder now. Tonight, when that knowing rises in you, trust it. I placed it in you for this very hour. Hold this close as the evening deepens. There is a blessing folded inside this moment, even if it does not look like one at first. What shocks you can also free you. What disrupts you can open a door you could never have found on your own. You are being positioned, not punished. Declare your amen out loud if you believe my word is reaching you tonight. Now let me tell you how it will begin. The first sign will seem small, almost easy to miss if you are not paying attention. A conversation that feels slightly off, a word that arrives unexpectedly, a feeling that rises stronger than it should. These are not accidents. They are signals, and I am guiding your attention toward them. Pay attention tonight, not with anxious watching, but with a settled alertness. Notice what is said around you. Notice what is not said. Notice your own reactions, because even they will teach you something. Everything that happens in these hours carries meaning, and each piece is pointing you toward a new direction. There is someone connected to your life whose intentions have not been clear. You may have trusted them fully, or you may have felt a quiet unease and chosen to set it aside because looking closer felt too costly. Tonight, something about that connection comes into focus, and when it does, you will see them as they are, not as you hoped they were. Do not be afraid of this. Clarity about a person is not cruelty, it is protection. I am not showing you this to break your heart. I am showing you so that your trust can finally rest where it is deserved and be withdrawn from where it is not. I know that part of you resists this. You have grown comfortable with certain people and certain arrangements, even the ones that quietly drained you. Comfort can be a kind master and a worse jailer. It keeps you in rooms you were meant to leave. What feels shocking tonight is the sound of a lock opening, not a door slamming. I am removing what does not belong in your future. Hear that plainly. Not everything near you is meant to travel with you. Some things were given for a season to teach you, to sharpen you, to reveal you to yourself. When their purpose is finished, I let them fall away. Do not stitch back together what I am unfastening. And there is something else stirring, not around you, but within you. You have held back your voice for a long time. You swallowed your truth to keep the peace. You made yourself smaller so others would stay comfortable. Tonight will stir the part of you that refuses to stay silent any longer. That inner shift matters as much as anything happening outside you. A hidden truth revealed in the world means little if the truth inside you stays buried. Both are rising tonight. Let them rise together. When things begin to unfold, expect your emotions to arrive all at once. Confusion and relief. Fear and a strange, unexplainable peace. This mixture is not a sign that something is wrong with you. It is what truth feels like when it first lands. Truth shakes the ground before it steadies it. Do not run from these feelings. Do not pour them into distraction or bury them under busyness. Let them move through you like weather. They are guiding you toward a deeper understanding of your path, and they will settle sooner than you think. Remember this as the night continues. You are not being punished. You are not being abandoned. I know how quickly your mind reaches for those explanations when life shakes. Put them down. What is happening is a process, and the process is drawing you closer to where you are meant to stand. Even the parts that feel uncomfortable are working for your good. I do not waste discomfort. I do not spend your pain cheaply. If I allow a night like this, it is because what it produces in you outweighs what it costs you. There is a pattern in your life that breaks tonight. You have lived inside it so long that you stopped seeing it. It wears different faces, this pattern. Sometimes it looks like the same kind of person arriving with a different name. Sometimes it is the same disappointment wearing new clothes. The shape repeats, and each time it repeats, it holds you a little longer. Tonight you will see the pattern clearly for the first time, and once you see it, you cannot unsee it. That is how change truly begins. Not with effort first, but with sight. A man cannot leave a maze he does not know he is standing in. You have asked me for answers in your lost moments. You wondered why certain doors kept closing no matter how hard you pushed. Why certain feelings would not leave no matter how you reasoned with them. Why the same ending kept finding you. Tonight is connected to those questions. What is revealed will begin to answer them. The understanding will not come all at once. I rarely hand you the whole answer in a single hour, because you were not built to carry it that way. It will form gradually, the way light fills a room at dawn. But it will form, and you will know it is from me. I am asking you to trust me through the parts that do not yet make sense. Trust is not the same as having answers. Trust is believing that I see what you cannot, and that I love you enough to act on what I see. Hold that trust tonight, and you will find steadiness in hours that would once have undone you. There is also an opportunity hidden inside this moment. It will not look obvious at first, but whenever something false is removed, space opens for something true to enter. Whenever a hidden thing is revealed, ground is cleared for building. The new thing meant for you is already moving toward you. The old had to be cleared first. You have been stronger than you realize. You have faced things that could have broken you, and here you stand, still listening for my voice. That same strength will carry you through whatever unfolds tonight. You will not fall apart. I will not allow it. As the hours pass, guard your thoughts. Fear will try to distort what you see, stretching shadows into monsters. Refuse it. Stand on what is real. I am with you. I am ahead of you, and nothing tonight escapes my hand. If this word is reaching your spirit, say, I believe, and let heaven hear it. Something else is happening beneath the surface of this night. A release has begun in your life. Something you have gripped for too long is losing its hold on you. It may be a thought you kept rehearsing, a belief about yourself that was never true, a connection that stopped feeding you long ago. Tonight, that release becomes visible. Do not resist what needs to leave, even when it feels familiar. Familiarity is not the same as belonging. Your hands were made to hold what I am giving, not to clutch what I am taking. When you release what is no longer meant for you, you make room for what is. Empty hands are not a loss. They are readiness. There is a truth about your own life that you have sensed but never fully accepted. You have circled it for months, maybe years, glancing at it and looking away. Tonight brings it close enough that looking away stops working. This is not to overwhelm you. It is to end the exhaustion of pretending. Once you accept what is real, a clarity you have been missing will settle over you like morning air. You are also approaching a moment of choice. It will not look dramatic when it arrives. It may come dressed as a small decision, a single word spoken or withheld, a step taken or refused. But it carries weight far beyond its size. Your response in that moment will shape what follows for a long time. Choose from calm, not from fear. Let your inner knowing lead because I am in it. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now hear what follows the altar. Abraham climbed a mountain with everything he loved and came down with more than he carried up. The widow of Zarephath gave her last handful of flour to a hungry prophet, and her jar did not run dry through the whole famine. This is how my kingdom has always worked. The open hand is filled. The clenched fist stays empty, holding only what it already had. You have been conditioned to doubt yourself, especially when the ground feels uncertain. Voices from your past taught you to hesitate, to ask permission, to wait for someone wiser to confirm what you already knew. Tonight, I'm calling you past that doubt. The clarity you need will not come from outside voices. It rises from the place in you where my guidance lives, quietly waiting for you to listen. There may come an hour tonight when you feel tested. Everything in you will want to fall back into the old way, the old reaction, the old silence. That hour matters more than you know. It is not there to defeat you. It is there to show you how much you have changed. When you choose differently, even once, a cycle that has followed you for years loses its grip. I saw the effort it took to hold yourself together in seasons no one else understood. I saw the battles you fought without witnesses, the mornings you rose when rising felt impossible. None of that was invisible to me, and none of it was wasted. It built something in you plank by plank that tonight will begin to prove. Your perspective is already shifting. Can you feel it? Things that confused you are starting to arrange themselves into sense. This is not because the facts changed. It is because you are seeing from higher ground now. From the valley, a road looks like chaos. From the hilltop, you can see where every bend was leading. There is a renewal forming around you even while something else is ending. This is my way. I do not tear down without building. The same night that closes one door is already laying the threshold of another. Endings and beginnings are not enemies. They are two hands doing one work. You are not meant to stay where you have been. I say it again so it settles into your bones. You are not meant to stay there. There is more ahead, more growth, more peace, more purpose than the narrow room you have been living in. Tonight is a step toward it, even if the step feels unsteady. Stay inside the present moment as things unfold. Do not sprint ahead into imagined tomorrows, and do not circle back into old regrets. What is in front of you is enough. Respond to it with awareness, one thing at a time, and you will stay aligned with the path I am walking you down. And remember this above everything else that happens tonight. You are not alone. Not in the revelation, not in the choice, not in the release. I am with you in every moment of it, nearer than your own breathing. My presence does not flicker when circumstances shake. Tonight is not something to fear. It is something to understand. What feels shocking is only a hidden thing stepping into the light, and hidden things lose their power the moment light touches them. They can no longer confuse you, steer you, or quietly rule you. That is what clarity does. It does not just inform you, it frees you. You are being prepared for something larger than this night. Every experience you have walked through is part of that preparation, including the ones that made no sense at the time. Tonight belongs to that work. It is bringing you closer to the place I have been leading you toward all along, one revelation at a time. Let me speak now about what is rising in you, because the night's work is not only about what falls away. There is a strength in you that has been waiting below the surface, quiet and patient, like a root under winter ground. You did not notice it because your eyes were fixed on your struggles, but the struggles themselves were feeding it. Tonight, it breaks the surface. You will feel it first in how you respond. Something that would once have flattened you will land differently. You will hear hard words without crumbling. You will meet uncertainty without unraveling. Do not rush past this. Stop and recognize it, because it is evidence. You are not who you were. Your emotions will surface tonight as well, and I want you ready for them. Feelings you pressed down for months are coming up for air. Grief you never gave room to. Anger you judged yourself for carrying. Longing you were ashamed to admit. They rise not to drown you, but to leave you. What is felt fully can finally be released. You believed you had to carry everything alone. You wore that belief like a coat you never took off. Someone taught it to you long ago, that asking for help was weakness, that your weight was yours only. It was never true. I have been beside you under every load, waiting for you to hand me my share. Tonight, hand it over, not with a grand gesture, just a quiet inward letting go, the kind no one else sees. Say within yourself, this is too heavy, and it was never mine to carry alone. That small surrender will do more for you than a year of striving. There is also a matter of your worth that must be settled tonight. You have priced yourself too low for too long. You accepted treatment you should have refused. You gave your best to people who offered their least. You called it patience, or loyalty, or love. Some of it was, but some of it was simply forgetting whose child you are. I formed you with intention. I do not make filler. I do not create placeholders. When you shrink yourself to fit spaces that were always too small, you are not being humble. You are contradicting your maker. Tonight, that contradiction ends. Watch how this settles into your voice. You will notice yourself speaking with fewer apologies wrapped around your words. Saying what is true without dressing it in softness, it does not need. This is not harshness. It is honesty finally standing upright. The people who love the smaller version of you may flinch. The ones who love you truly will rejoice. Fear deserves a word of its own tonight, because fear has governed more of your life than you like to admit. It sat in the council of your decisions. It edited your words before you spoke them. It talked you out of doors I had opened and talked you into staying in rooms I had finished with. Fear has been a false shepherd, and you followed its voice because it sounded like wisdom. Hear the difference now. My wisdom says wait, but it never says hide. My wisdom says be careful, but it never says be small. When a voice tells you that safety lies in shrinking, in silence, in staying where you are, slowly fading, that voice is not mine. Test every voice against this, and fear will lose its disguise. Tonight, fear loses more than its disguise. It loses its throne, not because it will stop speaking. It may whisper for years yet, but because you will stop obeying. There is a difference between hearing fear and following it. From this night, you hear it the way you hear rain on a roof, present, but not in charge. Uncertainty may still visit you in the hours ahead. That is natural. You are entering ground you have not walked before, and new ground always feels unsteady at first. But uncertainty does not mean you are lost. A sailor in open water is not lost simply because he cannot see the shore. He has his star. You have me. I want you to notice too what happens in your body as this night does its work. The tightness you have carried in your chest, the bracing you did without realizing, the way you slept with your fists closed. Some of that begins to loosen tonight. Peace is not only an idea, it settles into muscle and bone. Let it. There is a peace coming that will puzzle you, because it will arrive in the middle of everything rather than after it. You expected peace to come when problems ended. Instead, it will come while they still stand, quiet and unreasonable and real. That is how you will know it is from me. The world's peace waits for calm weather. Mine walks on the water. You have been asking for clarity without using the word. Every time you said, "I just need to know." Every time you turned a question over at midnight, you were asking. Tonight is my answer beginning. Not the whole answer. The first light of it. Receive it without demanding the rest at once. And there is something in you that is ready to move, even while another part of you reaches for the brakes. Learn to tell those two voices apart. The readiness is your strength speaking, the deep knowing I planted in you. The hesitation is old habit. When you feel that forward pull tonight, do not argue with it. It is not recklessness. It is the door standing open. You were not built for the shore you have been clinging to. There is deeper water with your name on it. More growth than you have yet touched. More peace than you have yet tasted. More purpose than you have dared to want out loud. Every realization this night gives you is a plank in the bridge toward it. So stay present. Do not manage what I am doing. Do not grip the outcome. Let each hour reveal what it carries, and answer only what is actually in front of you. That is how you walk with me through a night like this, one honest step at a time. Now I want to speak with you about time, because your quarrel with me has mostly been a quarrel about timing. You believed in my power. What you doubted was my calendar. You watched others receive what you had prayed longer for, and you wondered if your requests had been set aside in some forgotten corner of heaven. Nothing of yours was set aside. Hear this clearly. But my timing does not answer to your urgency, and there is mercy in that, though it has not felt like mercy. Fruit forced ripe is bitter. Bread pulled early from the fire is raw at the center. Some of what you asked for, had it come when you demanded it, would have arrived before you could hold it without being harmed by it. Consider the field a farmer lets lie fallow. To an impatient eye it looks abandoned, a waste of good ground. But beneath the surface the soil is mending, gathering back what years of harvest drew out of it. Your quiet seasons were not abandonment. The ground of your life was being made able to sustain what is coming, so that the next harvest does not exhaust you. Consider the river. It does not travel in straight lines, and from the bank its bends look like wandering. But the river is not lost. It is finding the one course the land will allow, moving around stone it cannot break, cutting slowly through what it can. Your path has bent the same way. What you called detours were the water finding its course. Think of Joseph in the pit, then in the prison. Between the dream and the throne stretched years that looked like a mistake. Yet the road that seemed to lead away from the promise was the only road that led into it. Pharaoh's palace could not be reached from his father's favorite sun tent. It could only be reached through Egypt. You have had your Egypt. It was a road, not a verdict. So when tonight's shaking tempts you to say, "I am too late," remember Lazarus. His sisters kept the count of days, and by their count, hope had expired. I stood at that tomb on the 4th day, not the 1st, because I wanted them to know there's no such thing as too late where I am standing. The stone rolls away when I say it rolls away. What men call finished, I call waiting. What they seal and walk away from, I visit at the appointed hour. Keep that close whenever your circumstances try to hand you a verdict I never signed. Trust the process even where you cannot trace it. A weaver's work, seen from underneath, looks like knots and crossed threads without reason. The pattern only shows from above. You have been looking at your life from underneath. I see it from above. And I tell you, the threads are not tangled. They are placed. In the days after tonight, you will begin to notice small openings, an unexpected kindness, a door left ajar that was always locked before, a thought that arrives with unusual weight and will not leave. Do not dismiss these as coincidence. They are stepping stones, set down one at a time, and each one bears your next portion of the path. Step on them as they come. Do not stand still demanding to see the whole crossing before you lift your foot. I light the step you are on and the one after it. That has always been my way. Enough light for obedience. Not so much that you no longer need me. You will also find that waiting itself changes for you now. There is a kind of waiting that gnaws, and a kind that rests. The first watches the road with clenched teeth. The second sets the table because it knows the guest is coming. From tonight, I am moving you from the first kind into the second. Same road, different heart. Others may not understand your calm. They will look at your circumstances, then at your face, and find the two do not match. Let them wonder. You are not required to explain a peace you did not manufacture. Some things are understood only by those who have stood in their own long night and heard my voice inside it. And do not envy another person's season. The tree that blossoms first is not the greatest tree in the orchard. Each one answers to its own appointed month. When you measure your progress against someone else's spring, you slander your own winter, and your winter has been doing faithful work. There is a harvest ahead of you, and I want you to be ready for how it arrives. Harvests rarely announce themselves. They begin with one ripe thing where yesterday there was none. Then another. Then suddenly the field is heavy, and the question is no longer whether there is fruit, but whether your arms can carry it. Prepare your arms. Stretch your expectation wider than your circumstances. But understand what readiness means. It does not mean perfection. It means position. Be found where I told you to stand, doing what I gave you to do, with your heart soft toward me. The rain falls on the positioned field. It cannot fill barns that were built in some other country of wishing. Tonight is part of the positioning. That is why the shaking was allowed. Some things had to fall from your hands so they would be empty at the right moment. Some sight had to be restored so you would recognize the opening when it appeared. Everything converges. Nothing about this night stands apart from the whole. So keep walking, even in the dark stretch. The dark stretch is still road. It does not stop being road because you cannot see its edges. Feel for my hand and take the next step, and let the step after that wait its turn. This is how deserts are crossed. Not in one heroic day, but step upon step, with manna enough for each morning. State, I trust out loud if you believe my timing over your own. Now let me show you who you are becoming, because tonight is not only an ending, it is an unveiling. The person who wakes tomorrow will carry the same name and the same face, but something in the foundation will have shifted. You are crossing from one way of being into another, and I want you to recognize the crossing while it happens. The first mark of this new season is a quiet confidence. Not the loud kind that performs for a room, the kind that sits still in you like ballast in a ship, unseen but steadying everything. It will not need applause to survive. It will not collapse when someone doubts you. It is rooted in what you know, not in what others confirm. You will notice it in small ways at first. You will make a decision without polling 5 people for permission. You will let a criticism pass through you without building a house for it. You will hear no and remain whole. These small moments are not small. They are the new foundation bearing weight. Your priorities are already rearranging themselves. Things that once consumed your attention are quietly losing their flavor. Conversations you used to chase now feel like eating air. Places that once drew you now leave you restless to go home. Do not mourn this. Nothing is wrong with you. The appetite changes when the person changes. What is fading makes room for what is arriving. You will find yourself hungry for depth where you once settled for noise. Hungry for what is real where you once accepted what was convenient. Hungry for my presence in ways that surprise you. Feed that hunger. It is the truest compass you own. There is a purpose taking shape in you, and I want to speak carefully about it. You have asked what you are here for, sometimes with words, sometimes with a long stare at the ceiling. The answer has been forming in you all along, built from everything you have lived. Nothing you endured stands outside of it. The compassion in you was carved by the hours no one comforted you. You know how to sit with the brokenhearted because you know which words help and which words wound. That knowledge was purchased at a price, and it was not purchased for nothing. There are people ahead of you whom only your particular scars can reach. Do not ask me for the whole blueprint tonight. Purpose is not handed over like a map unrolled all at once. It is revealed the way a road reveals itself to the one walking it. What I will give you is the next assignment, the next person, the next act of obedience. Walk in what you have, and more will meet you on the way. You will also stand differently among people now. Some will sense the change before you name it. A steadiness in your presence, a refusal to be rushed, an absence of the old anxious edge. They may not have language for it, but they will feel it, because alignment carries its own quiet authority. Not everyone will celebrate this. Understand that now, so it does not wound you later. Some people had arranged their comfort around your smallness. Your silence made room for their voice. Your bending made their rigidity workable. When you stand upright, arrangements like that come under strain. Let them. You are not responsible for the comfort others built on your compromise. But watch too for the ones who draw nearer. There are people appointed to this next season of your life. Some you have already met, and some still on their way. They will recognize what you carry, and you will recognize them by a certain rest you feel in their company. Iron meeting iron, without injury. Give those connections your best attention. You are also done from tonight with begging for reassurance. That constant checking, that need to be told again and again that you are enough, that it will be all right, that you have not been forgotten. It came from an old wound, and the wound is closing. In its place grows a settled knowing that does not need hourly confirmation. This does not mean you will never wobble. It means the wobble will no longer become a collapse. You will feel doubt brush past you and remain standing. That is not pride. That is what a healed thing feels like. Healed bones do not need the crutch, though the memory of limping lingers a while. Acceptance is doing its quiet work in you as well. You are making peace with what was, not because it was good, but because arguing with the past was costing you the present. Some questions from your history will never receive their answers on this side of eternity. You are learning to leave them at my feet and live anyway. That is not defeat. That is wisdom with the dust of the road on its shoes. And closure is coming to things that hung unfinished. Some of it arrives tonight in what is revealed. Some of it arrives simply because you stop reopening what I have sealed. Not every ending needs a ceremony. Some doors close without a sound, and the proof they are closed is the peace you feel walking away from them. Guard this new self in the days ahead, because old patterns will send for you. The old cravings for approval, the old reflex to shrink, the old habit of carrying what was never yours. They will knock, wearing familiar faces. You are not obligated to answer. Recognition is your defense. You cannot be quietly pulled into what you clearly see. I am telling you all of this before it fully unfolds, so that when it comes, you will know it was not chance. You will remember that I named it in advance, on this night, in this word spoken over you. And that memory will anchor you when the changes stretch you. Let it be a stone of remembrance set up on the night everything turned. Now hear my final word for this night, because morning is coming, and I want you ready for it. What happens tonight is not meant to live as a memory you revisit. It is meant to live as ground you build on. Many receive a word and are moved for an evening. Few let the word move them for a lifetime. Be among the few. When the sun rises, the world will look ordinary again. The same rooms, the same obligations, the same faces at the same tables. Do not be deceived by the sameness. You are not returning to your old life. You're walking through your old surroundings as a new person, and that changes everything the surroundings can do to you. There will be a temptation in a day or a week to explain this night away, to call it a mood, a strange evening, a wave of feeling that passed. That temptation is the thief coming for the seed. Guard what was planted in you. Speak of it to yourself when doubt argues. Write nothing off that I have written in. Remember what was revealed and hold it without bitterness. If a person was shown to you as they truly are, thank me for the sight, and do not spend your strength hating them. Bitterness would chain you to the very thing I separated you from. Release them into my hands. My justice needs no help from your resentment, and your future has no room for its weight. Remember also what rose in you, the voice that stood up, the strength that surfaced, the peace that arrived without permission from your circumstances. These are not visitors. They are residents now. When old situations try to summon the old you, let the new residents answer the door. Walk slowly through the coming days, not hesitantly, slowly. There is a difference. Hesitation is fear wearing the mask of caution. Slowness is wisdom refusing to be rushed. Decisions will present themselves, some quickly. Take them to me first. A moment of asking spares a season of untangling, and keep watch over your mouth in this next stretch. What I have shown you tonight is not for every ear. Some revelations are bread for your own table, not seed for every field. Joseph told his dream too widely and gained years of trouble for it. Let your changed life speak first. Words can follow later when the fruit is visible and no argument is needed. You will stumble somewhere ahead. I tell you this not to discourage you, but to disarm the shame before it arrives. A stumble on the new road is not a return to the old one. When it happens, do not lie in the dust, composing speeches about your failure. Take my hand, stand, and continue. My mercies are not annual or monthly. They are new every morning, and they will be new on that morning too. Care for the ones I have placed around you, the ones you love, and the ones you carry in prayer. Some of them are watching your life more closely than you know, reading it like a letter. The steadiness you walk in after this night will preach to them without a single sermon. Your peace will make them thirsty. Your light will make them curious about the flame. But do not appoint yourself the manager of anyone else's awakening. You cannot shake anyone awake. You can only live awake in front of them. Pray for them. Be patient the way I have been patient with you. Remember how many quiet years I called before you turned. Give others the same room, and trust me to work in the hours you cannot see. There is provision arranged for the road ahead of you. I do not send anyone into an assignment without supplies. Manna did not begin until the wilderness required it, and yours will meet you the same way, exactly when the need becomes real, and not an hour before. Do not measure tomorrow's road against today's supplies. That arithmetic has frightened you long enough. The provider walks with you, and the storehouse travels with the owner. And know this about the ones who wronged you, the ones whose faces still visit your thoughts. I saw everything. Nothing that was done to you in secret is hidden from me. You do not need to carry the ledger any longer. Hand me the accounts. Some debts I will settle in ways you will witness, and some in ways you never will. But not one line has escaped my reading. You are free to live unburdened by the arithmetic of old wounds. What I want most for you in this next season is nearness. Not more religion, not busier service. Nearness. Speak with me in the plain words of your ordinary day. Bring me your questions before they become worries, and your worries before they become storms. The door between us has no lock on my side. It never did. I am with you when the road is obvious and when it is hidden. I am with you in the rooms where you are celebrated and the rooms where you are misunderstood. I am with you in the strength of your morning and the honesty of your midnight. There is no hour you can enter where I have not already arrived. So step into what comes next without dread. The night that frightened you was carrying gifts. The shaking you braced against was setting things in order. You will look back on this evening further down the road and recognize it as a hinge on which your whole direction turned. And you will be glad you did not turn away from my voice when it called. My child, we have walked a long road together to reach this night, and the road ahead is brighter than any stretch behind you. Lift your head, loosen your grip on what is finished, open your hands to what is beginning. The old has served its purpose, and the new is already at the door. Go now toward your rest, and let sleep come without guarding against the dark. Nothing prowls this night that has authority over you. My watch does not end when your eyes close. I will be awake over you until morning, and in the morning I will still be speaking. Listen for me in the light, the way you listened in the dark. Receive my peace now, not as an idea, but as a covering. Let it settle over your mind, your body, your home, and everyone under your roof. What was spoken over you tonight is sealed, and no hand can unseal what I have closed. You are known. You are kept. You are mine. If you are ready to walk into what I have prepared, declare, "Yes, Lord, I am ready," and let that be your first step.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Do not turn away from me now. I am speaking to you with an urgency that cannot wait for a better moment, because there is no better moment than this one. Something heavy is trying to cross into your life, and I am reaching you before it arrives. I am not speaking to frighten you. I am speaking to save you. If you walk away from these words, you may walk straight into what I am trying to place behind you. Hear me clearly. Danger grows when guidance is ignored. Protection rises when you listen. This is the simple truth I am setting before you today, and everything else I say will rest upon it. Stay with me now, because this is where your safety begins. You feel something inside you at this very moment, a pull, a stillness that tells you not to brush this aside as another passing word. That feeling is not random. It is the part of you that still hears me clearly, even when your mind is tired and the world around you is loud. I placed that pull in you, and I am using it now to hold your attention, because what I have to say cannot be missed. Something is trying to move into your life that does not belong there. It carries confusion. It carries loss. It carries a weight you were never meant to bear. I am standing between you and that moment, and I'm calling you to listen carefully, so you do not walk into it unaware. This is why I say do not turn away. To turn away from my voice is to walk without covering. You have been through seasons before that shook you deeply. You remember how it felt when everything seemed to fall apart without warning, when the ground you trusted gave way beneath you. I was there. I saw every silent struggle you never spoke aloud. I heard the words you prayed into the dark when you thought no one was listening. I never left, not even when you turned away, not even when you forgot how to listen. Now I am asking you to stay, because I am about to guide you away from something that could bring that kind of shaking again, only stronger. If you value your peace, if you value your future, if you value the ones you carry in prayer, then remain here and let me speak into your situation. What I reveal is not meant to alarm you. It is meant to prepare you, so you stand firm instead of falling into something you could have stepped around. There are paths forming ahead of you even now. Not all of them lead to peace, though some of them look smooth at the start. You have been close to a decision, close to a direction that seems harmless on its surface. But it carries consequences you cannot yet see. I see what you cannot see. I know where each road bends and where each road breaks, and I am stepping in to turn you before the turning becomes costly. Listen closely, because the next steps you take will shape what follows. You are not weak and you are not forgotten, even if you have felt overlooked, even if you have grown tired of waiting for things to change. I chose to speak to you because your heart still listens. In a world full of noise, that is no small thing. It is the very reason my word can reach you now. The trouble I speak of is not something you are appointed to suffer. It is something you are meant to avoid through attention and obedience. That is why I am here now. Not later, not after the damage is done. Now, while there is still time to shift your direction. A warning that arrives after the fall is only a lament. A warning that arrives before the fall is a rescue. Receive this as rescue. There are people near you whose intentions are not fully clear. There are situations that appear calm on the surface but carry hidden weight beneath, like deep water moving under still ice. You have sensed this. You felt it, and then talked yourself out of it, hoping things would settle on their own. I am telling you plainly, ignoring these signals can open doors you never intended to open. Become aware, become careful. Stand grounded in what I am telling you. This is not protection through fear. It is protection through attention. Fear closes the eyes. Attention opens them. I am opening your eyes today, my child, because an open eye sees the pit before the foot reaches it. You are not alone in this moment, even if it feels like you are the only one carrying these thoughts. I am closer than your breath. I am guiding you step by step, even in the hours when you feel nothing at all. Every time you choose to listen instead of rushing forward, you place yourself under protection instead of chaos. Every time you pause at my voice, a trap somewhere ahead of you loses its power. There is a shift that needs to happen inside you, and it begins today. It is the shift from rushing into decisions toward pausing and seeking wisdom. You have been moving quickly, trying to repair what feels broken with your own two hands, trying to outrun the ache of uncertainty. I understand your urgency, but hear me. Speed without direction leads to regret. A runner on the wrong road only gets farther from home. When you slow down and listen, you allow me to set the right steps in front of you. This is how you move forward without falling. This is how the snare is broken before it closes. I am not here to take your freedom. I am here to guard your future. Everything I say flows from love. even when it arrives with weight and fire in it. You matter more than you have been told. Your path holds more purpose than anyone has shown you. That is why I refuse to stay silent while something gathers against your peace. I speak because I love you. I warn because I will not stand by and let the enemy of your soul take what I have prepared for you. So stay. Listen. Let every word find its place in you. Declare your amen if you have faith. There is something unfolding quietly around you. It makes no noise, yet it carries weight enough to shake your peace if you are not aware of it. I am drawing your attention to it now, so you do not walk into it blind. When you stay with me like this, you are choosing light over confusion. That choice is already protecting you, even before you understand how. You have noticed small signs lately, moments that did not sit right, words that stayed in your mind longer than they should have, a heaviness in a room that everyone else seemed to ignore. Those were not accidents, and they were not your imagination. They were warnings your spirit recognized even while your thoughts tried to dismiss them. I placed that awareness in you for a reason. Now I am asking you to trust it instead of brushing it aside. Understand how danger moves. It rarely announces itself. It does not always come loudly kicking down the door. More often it slips in quietly, through decisions made in haste, through friendships accepted without discernment, through distractions that eat the hours I gave you for better things. I am teaching you to recognize it while it is still small. A fire noticed at the first thread of smoke is easily put out. A fire ignored becomes a ruin. There is a pattern that has been forming in your life, a cycle that returns in different clothing but carries the same ending. You know the feeling. Things seem steady, and then, suddenly, everything tilts, and you are left holding pieces and asking how it happened again. I am breaking that pattern now by naming it before it repeats. You were not made to relive the same sorrow in new seasons. You were made to rise above it with wisdom I supply. When you understand, you move differently. When you move differently, your future changes. This is why I speak so plainly to you today. Clarity is the key that opens the lock the cycle has kept you in. Hear this also. There's an influence near you that pulls your decisions slightly off course. Not enough to notice in a day. Enough to matter in a year. It may feel harmless. It may even feel comforting. But beneath it runs a direction that does not lead to your peace. I am asking you to step back and observe before you give it more of your time, your energy, or your trust. Not everything that feels right in the moment is right for your future. I see the whole field. You see one row. Let my sight guide your steps. You have been carrying a quiet pressure inside you, a sense that something must change without knowing what or how. That pressure is not sent to crush you. It is sent to wake you. You cannot keep walking the same road and arrive at a different city. I am opening your eyes so you can turn while turning is still easy. When you listen now, you move by guidance. When you refuse, you are moved later by pain. Between those two ways of learning, choose the gentler one. I want you led, not driven. There are moments ahead that will test your focus. Distraction will come dressed as importance, pulling at your sleeve, insisting it cannot wait. In those moments, a small voice inside you will say, pause, think, look again. That voice is mine. It has kept you from more harm than you will ever know this side of eternity. If you override it, you will find yourself in places that drain you and choices that haunt you. If you honor it, you will step over pits you never even see. This is how the prudent walk, as it is written. The wise see danger and take refuge, but the simple keep going and pay the price. You are stronger than you think. But strength without direction is a horse without a rider. You have power to endure, yet I would rather you not spend it on battles you were never assigned. Some struggles can be avoided entirely by one act of listening, one moment of patience, one refusal to rush. You do not need to prove your strength by walking into storms. True strength bows its head and asks which way to go. That is the strength I am building in you. Now look at the door standing before you. It has the shape of an opportunity. It promises progress, relief, a way out. But I am telling you to look deeper before you step through. Not every open door is opened by my hand. Some doors are tests. Some are traps dressed in welcome. The lessons behind the wrong door come with wounds that take years to close, wounds you were never meant to carry. Wait. Judge the fruit, not the paint. When the right door comes, it will not bring confusion trailing behind it. It will bring peace walking beside it. You have been asking for protection. You have been asking for clarity, for some sign that you are not facing all of this alone. This is that answer, though it comes differently than you expected. Protection does not always look like comfort. Sometimes it looks like a warning that pulls you away from something you thought you wanted. Clarity does not always feel gentle. Sometimes it arrives urgent and direct, because it must reach you before you reach the edge. I am giving you both at once. Receive them fully. Safety comes by accepting what I give, not by bargaining with it. And remember who is speaking. I am the one who parted waters when there was no way through. I am the one who shut the mouths of lions and walked my servants through fire without the smell of smoke on their clothes. Nothing gathering near your life is hidden from me, and nothing hidden from me can stand against my purpose for you. The same hand that held them holds you. Say, I believe, if this word is reaching your spirit. There is something in your life that needs to be released. It no longer serves your growth, yet you have held it out of habit or out of fear of the empty space it would leave behind. It may be a connection. It may be a way of thinking. It may be a routine that feels familiar while it quietly drains you. I am naming it now so you can set it down before it leads you into something heavier. Letting go is not loss when it protects your peace. It is strength in its purest form. The farmer who prunes the branch is not destroying the tree. He is preparing the harvest. You are not losing. You are making room. Trust that what leaves your hands is clearing the way for what I am sending. My word does not return to me empty, and neither will your obedience. You are not being punished, and you have not been singled out for hardship. What you are experiencing is positioning. I see what stands ahead on your road, and I care enough to speak into your present so your future stays steady. This is not about fear. It is about alignment. When you align with my voice, you stand firm even while everything around you shifts. That is the kind of stability I want for you, the kind that does not depend on calm weather. There is a weight that has been building slowly in your days, not heavy enough to stop you, just heavy enough to bend your direction without your notice. It hides in distractions. It hides in sharp reactions. It hides in choices made too quickly, without a single breath of reflection. These are the narrow gaps where trouble enters, not through great events, but through small, unguarded moments. Guard the small moments, and you guard the whole house. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now hear what follows the altar. When Abraham lifted his eyes on the mountain, the ram was already in the thicket. The provision was in place before the need was visible. It is the same with you. What I have prepared for your coming days is already set along the road, waiting for you to arrive at it. Your part is not to produce the provision. Your part is to keep walking in trust until you reach it. You have been moving forward with good intentions, trying to do what is right, trying to hold your world steady. But intention alone cannot protect you if it is not joined to patience. There are places where your heart wants to move faster than your understanding, and that gap is exactly where missteps are born. I am slowing you down, not to frustrate you, but to keep you inside my timing. When you slow down, you see clearly. When you see clearly, you step over what would have brought sorrow later. There is someone connected to your life whose spirit does not match the direction I am leading you. This does not make them evil. It makes them misaligned with your assignment. Their presence leans on your decisions in ways that tilt you off course, a degree at a time. A single degree seems like nothing on the first day. After 1,000 steps, it is a different destination altogether. I am asking you to create space, to observe, to guard your heart, for out of it flow the springs of life. This is not rejection. This is stewardship of the path I gave you. You were never meant to carry everything alone, though you have learned to be strong and self-reliant. That strength helped you survive hard seasons. But survival and abundance are not the same country, and the road between them is called trust. You do not need to solve every riddle by yourself while I am standing here speaking. Trusting me means pausing to receive direction before you act. That pause is where clarity lives, and clarity is the wall around your peace. There is a decision ahead of you that deserves more attention than you plan to give it. It looks simple. It looks like something you could settle in an afternoon. I am telling you now, do not rush it. This decision carries weight that will touch not only you, but the ones you love. Approach it with calm. Approach it with prayer. When you do, details will surface that you would have missed at speed, and those details will point you to the right choice, like markers on a trail. You have been feeling a restlessness you cannot fully explain, a quiet discomfort under the surface of ordinary days. That feeling is not confusion, it is a signal. Something is shifting, and you are being called to adjust before the shift arrives in full. Restlessness often comes when change is required, but not yet begun. Do not numb it. Do not outrun it. Bring it to me, and I will translate it into instruction. When you answer the inner signal early, you stay ahead of what is coming. That is how you remain steady while others are caught off guard. Look also at your habits, the things you do without thinking because they are familiar. Some of them strengthen you. Some of them quietly pull you away from hearing me. I am not asking you to overturn your whole life in a day. I am asking you to become aware of what feeds you and what feeds on you. Awareness is the first mercy. Change is the second. Choose what strengthens you, and you become very hard to shake. A moment is coming when you will be tested, not in a way that breaks you, but in a way that reveals how well you have listened. You will face a choice that looks familiar, something you have met before wearing different clothes. The last time, it cost you. This time, you will see it coming. That is where your growth will show itself. Not in avoiding every trial, but in choosing differently when the old trial returns. I am preparing you for that moment right now, word by word. When it arrives, you will feel the pull of the old response rising in you. The old haste, the old appetite, the old excuse. and then you will feel something newer and quieter underneath it. The steadiness we have been building together. Follow the steadiness. One different choice at the familiar crossroad, and a cycle that has run for years comes to its end. This is how chains break, not with noise, but with one obedient step. Do not underestimate the power of staying near to me in small ways. A breath of prayer in the middle of an ordinary hour. A moment of thanks before you rise. A pause to ask me before you answer someone. These small turnings are not small at all. Each one strengthens your ear to hear and your will to follow. Transformation is not one great leap. It is 1,000 quiet returns to my presence, and you are already returning. There are layers to what I am showing you, and each day of listening peels another one back. At first, my word sounds like general counsel. Then you begin to see how precisely it touches your life. The decision you have been weighing, the person you have been trusting, the direction you have been considering. All of it is being brought into the light, not to overwhelm you, but so you can move wisely. Wisdom is the lamp that keeps your feet on solid ground when everything else feels uncertain. You have been standing at a quiet turning point, even if you did not name it as one. From the outside, nothing looks dramatic, but heaven marks this season in your life, because small shifts made here will decide large outcomes later. You're not stuck. You're being positioned. The bow must be drawn backward before the arrow flies. When you understand that, waiting stops feeling like abandonment and starts feeling like aim. Now attend to your thoughts, because not every thought in your mind was born there. Some were planted by old wounds. Some were spoken over you by careless mouths years ago and took root. Some are whispers from the enemy of your soul, dressed in your own voice. When you accept them without question, they begin to steer your actions. I'm asking you to slow down and test what you have been believing. Take every thought captive. Not every thought deserves your trust, and not every feeling deserves your obedience. Filter what you receive, and you will protect what you become. You have an instinct I wove into you, a quiet knowing that senses when something is off before your mind can explain it. There were times you overrode it, hoping to be wrong, hoping things would improve on their own. Some of your deepest regrets began in exactly those moments. I am strengthening that instinct now so you can honor it without apology. When you feel that inner hesitation, do not push past it to keep the peace or keep the pace. Stop. Ask. Listen. That hesitation is often my hand on your shoulder. There is a situation near you that seems stable on the surface but carries tension underneath. You have noticed the small tells. A change of tone. A silence where there used to be openness. Moments that did not add up. Do not explain these away. I'm not asking you to react with suspicion or fear. I'm asking you to respond with attention. What is noticed early can be handled gently. What is ignored grows teeth. Learn also what protection truly is. It is not the removal of every obstacle from your road. It is my guidance through the obstacles in a way that keeps you whole. There will always be moments that press you. But when you walk in awareness, those moments do not rule you. You respond instead of react. You consider instead of rush. That single shift moves you from being a target to being a watchman on the wall. There is still a part of you that wants to resolve everything at once, to sprint out of uncertainty because the waiting itches. I understand that ache. But decisions squeezed out under pressure are the ones most often regretted at leisure. I'm slowing your hand so your eyes can catch up. Trust this process even when it feels uncomfortable. A moment of discomfort under my instruction is worth years of ease on the far side of it. You have been carrying responsibilities that feel heavy, managing burdens while letting no one see the strain. In that tiredness, important details start slipping past you. I am calling your focus back before something that matters is missed. You do not have to carry all of it in your own arms. Cast the weight onto me, for I care for you, and I do not drop what I carry. Rest is not neglect of your duty. Rest is trust wearing work clothes. And set your boundaries, even where it feels uncomfortable to set them. You have allowed certain things to continue because addressing them felt harder than enduring them. But they have been taxing your peace, and the bill grows each month. Stand firm in what you know is right for your life. A boundary is not a wall against people. It is a fence around the garden I planted in you. Keep the fence, and the garden feeds everyone who enters by the gate. You have been surrounded by noise for too long. Voices pulling your attention in a dozen directions. Demands stacked on demands. A hum of worry that never quite goes silent. That noise makes it hard to hear what matters. It buries my guidance under a pile of urgencies that will not matter in a year. I am asking you to make room for quiet, even briefly, even imperfectly. I did not speak to my prophet in the wind, or the earthquake, or the fire. I spoke in a low whisper, and he had to still himself to hear it. It is the same with you. In quiet, clarity grows strong. In clarity, decisions grow wise. This is not about escaping your life or emptying your days. It is about choosing where your attention lives. Attention is the doorway of the soul. Whatever you attend to enters. Guard the doorway, and you guard everything inside. There are conversations coming soon. Words that will carry more meaning than they seem to at first hearing. Listen not only to what is said, but to what moves in you as it is said. Truth has a weight the heart can feel beneath the words. If something rings hollow, do not silence that ringing just to keep things comfortable. Comfort is not proof of truth, and discomfort is not proof of danger. Ask me for discernment in the moment, and I will give it without scolding you for asking. Be careful, too, with what you share and with whom. Not everyone around you understands your journey, and not every ear is safe for your dreams. You have been open in ways that left you exposed, handing the tender things of your heart to people who did not know how to hold them. Joseph told his dream to his brothers and found a pit waiting. Some things I show you are for you and me alone until their season. Silence, rightly used, is armor. Choose your confidants the way you would choose someone to hold a flame in a dry field. Speak, I receive this, if your heart is open today. There is a pattern of hesitation in you as well, a habit of doubting what you clearly sense. You second-guess the knowing I placed in you, waiting for outside confirmation that rarely comes in time. That hesitation has cost you moments when you could have stepped aside from harm or stepped into blessing. I am building your confidence now. When you sense my leading, you do not need the whole map to take the next step. Trust grows by walking, not by studying the road from a distance. Protect your focus, for it is one of the strongest things I have placed in you. Not every opportunity deserves your yes. Not every conflict requires your presence. Not every need within reach is an assignment with your name on it. Even my son, when the crowds pressed him, withdrew to lonely places to pray, and he did not heal in every town. He moved as the Father directed, nothing more, nothing less. Learn that rhythm. When you spend your strength only where I send you, your strength is always enough. You are stepping into a season where awareness will guide you more than habit does. At first, this will feel strange, like writing with your other hand. You are used to moving on old reflexes, reacting before thinking, deciding before praying. But as you keep listening, you will notice your responses growing calmer, your choices growing cleaner, your path growing steadier. This is the renewing of your mind I promised. It is not loud, it is thorough. And once it takes hold, it changes how you move through everything. Something will soon present itself as urgent, demanding immediate action, pressing you to decide before you can breathe. Mark my words on this. Not everything urgent is important, and not everything important arrives with alarm bells. Urgency is often the costume that pressure wears to bypass your wisdom. When the push comes, stand still. Stillness will reveal whether the thing is truly yours or merely loud. The one who believes will not be in haste. Calm is not slowness. Calm is command of your own steps. Your future is not meant to be shaped by fear. It is meant to be shaped by clarity and by covenant. Every warning I have spoken to you today is a lamp, not a lash. When you are aware, fear loses its grip, because you understand what is happening and you know what to do. You are not being led into darkness. You are being led out of it, one deliberate step at a time. And I do not lose travelers on my road. Notice how protection has already been at work around you. There were days you were delayed and grumbled at the delay, never seeing what the delay let pass ahead of you. There were requests denied that you mourned, doors closed that you pounded on, and behind some of them stood grief you never had to meet. You have been spared in ways that will only be understood when you see the whole story from my side of it. Let that settle your heart about the things I am asking of you now. The timing of all this is not random. You are being prepared just before something tries to enter your life, so that it finds you ready instead of surprised. Preparation is the difference between panic and peace. The wise virgins filled their lamps before the shout came at midnight, and when it came, they walked in without fear. I am filling your lamp right now. Stay with me while the oil is being poured. You are learning, too, that my voice has a signature. When something is truly from me, a calm arrives with it, even when the instruction is hard. When something is not from me, a subtle static comes with it, a tension that is not resolved no matter how you reason with it. These signals are not moods. They are part of how I lead you. Trust them, test them against my word, and they will keep you on the path when the fog is thick. There are people who will not understand your path, and their words may plant doubt in you without their meaning any harm. They speak from what they can see, and they cannot see what I have shown you. Do not hand them the pen that writes your direction. Noah built for years under a clear sky while neighbors shook their heads, and the rain proved the builder right. Listen to counsel with humility, but let my voice be the deciding one. When you stay aligned with what I have spoken, you remain steady even when others question every board you nail. You are learning to trust a deeper sense within you, one that does not beg for constant reassurance. That trust is growing because you keep showing up to listen. When it matures, you will no longer feel lost in uncertain seasons. You will move with a quiet confidence that needs no audience and no applause. It is not loud. It does not argue. It simply keeps walking in the direction I pointed, and it arrives. A situation is approaching that will ask you to respond with clarity instead of emotion. In earlier years, you would have answered from the wound, letting the feeling fire before the thought could load. This time you will feel something new between the spark and the flame. A pause. Space enough to breathe, to pray, to choose. I am placing that pause in you now, and it will save you from turning a small matter into a long war. The one who rules their own spirit is mightier than the one who takes a city. You have been carrying concerns you have never fully spoken, thoughts that circle at night, questions you swallow in the day because you are unsure where to set them down. Bring them to me out loud. I am bringing them to the surface, not to shame you, but so you can face them with understanding instead of dread. A worry named in prayer is already half its former size. You're not asked to solve everything at once. You're asked to stop hiding it from the only one who already knows. Think of the field the farmer lets rest for a season. To an impatient eye, it looks abandoned, wasted, going nowhere. But the soil is being restored in secret, minerals gathering, strength returning, so the next planting yields double. Parts of your life that look dormant right now are fields at rest under my order. Nothing is being wasted. Do not despise the resting field, and do not force a planting out of season. The harvest belongs to the one who honors the timing of it. Or consider the river. It does not argue with the mountain. It moves around, it moves under. It finds the low and honest way. And in 100 years, it has carved a canyon that no hammer could have made. Your persistence does not need to be violent to be victorious. Keep flowing in the direction I have set, gentle and unceasing, and none of it will be wasted either. What blocks you today will one day be the banks that give your life its shape. There's a situation that may try to pull you back into an old pattern. It will come dressed in familiarity, whispering that this time will be different while carrying the same ending in its pocket. I am showing you beforehand, so recognition arrives before regret. When it appears, you will feel the old gravity. Stand in the new ground. One clear refusal at the right moment will close a door that has been swinging for years, and you will feel the wind of it stop at last. You are also learning quiet discernment, the strength to observe without instantly reacting. This is no small skill. The one who observes first understands, and the one who understands responds in a way that protects peace. You no longer need to prove anything by speed. Let others mistake your stillness for hesitation if they wish. Stillness that listens to heaven moves faster than haste that listens to panic. Small tests are ahead, not storms, just simple choices carrying deeper meaning than their size suggests. A word you could say and choose not to. An offense you could pick up and leave lying on the road. A shortcut you could take with no one else knowing. These little crossroads are where your growth will show itself. He who is faithful in little will be trusted with much. Pass the small tests, and the larger doors open without your pushing. There is a foundation being laid in you right now, below the surface where no one applauds. Builders spend long months on ground no passerby admires, digging down before anything rises up. To the hurried eye, it looks like nothing is happening, but every stone set in that unseen ground decides how high the walls can safely climb later. I am building deep in you because I intend to build high. Do not resent the season underground. Towers rushed onto shallow footings fall in the first hard wind, and I have never once built you to fall. Remember the desert road. My people walked it between the chains they left and the promise they entered, and the walking itself did the work the promise required. In the desert they learned my daily bread, my pillar of fire, my faithfulness at dawn after dawn. If your current stretch feels dry, it is not because you are lost. It is because some things are only learned where the distractions die away. You are closer to the far edge of this desert than you think. Do not sit down in the sand now. The seasons themselves preach this if you will hear them. No winter has ever held the ground past its appointed hour. The tree that stands bare in the cold is not dead, it is scheduled. Sap rises on a calendar no frost can veto, and the same branch that looked finished breaks into blossom overnight. Your life keeps this same covenant with me. What has gone quiet in you has not been canceled. It has been dated, and when its hour strikes, no delay of the past will be strong enough to hold it back a single day longer. And through all of it, keep this truth near. You are not being pushed through your life by chance. You are being led through it on purpose. A push comes from behind and does not care where you land. A leading walks ahead of you and prepares where you will stand. I go before you. I level the uneven places. I break through gates of bronze when they bar your road. Follow, and you will find every place I promised already holds your name. Feel what is happening inside you as these words settle. A calm is taking root, a calm that does not depend on your circumstances behaving themselves. It comes from knowing you are aligned, knowing you are aware, knowing you are heard. This calm was not there in the same way before. It has been building through every moment you chose to stay and listen. It will become your foundation, the ground you return to whenever the days turn uncertain. When you stand on that ground, you are not easily shaken. You're not the same as you were when my voice first reached you today. Something has shifted, and it cannot be quietly undone. You are seeing more clearly. You are weighing things more carefully. You are answering life more intentionally. This is growth, even though it made no sound. The deepest changes rarely announce themselves. They simply begin, and everything after them is different. Handle your moments of uncertainty in this new way from now on. You used to flee them, rushing into any decision that promised relief from the discomfort of not knowing. Now you know better. Uncertainty is not an enemy to outrun. It is a room to stand still in until I turn on the light. When you pause inside it instead of bolting, you see what the hurried never see. Trust the pause. It has become one of the safest places you own. You're learning that not everything deserves your response. Some things are meant to pass by like weather, requiring nothing from you but patience. Others are assignments that will wait for their proper hour. This discernment is settling into you, teaching you where your strength belongs and where it would only be spilled. When you stop answering everything, you finally have enough left to answer what matters. That is not indifference. That is aim. Alertness will matter in the days just ahead, so keep your lamp trimmed. The trouble I warned you about at the beginning has not changed its plans, but you have changed your readiness, and readiness is what decides the outcome. What would have found you distracted will now find you standing. What would have entered unnoticed will now be seen at the gate. This is what these moments together have built. Not fear, preparedness. And preparedness wearing peace is the strongest posture a soul can hold. Carry the ones you love into this same covering. Speak my name over them in the quiet. Ask my hedge around their comings and goings. You cannot stand beside them in every moment, but I can, and I do not sleep. Job rose early and prayed over his household continually, and heaven marked it. Your prayers for your loved ones are not scattering into empty air. They are standing orders in my kingdom, and they outlast the day you prayed them. Let that assurance rest over your household tonight, and let it hold there long after this hour has passed. Hold fast to what has been placed in you today. The warning that turned you, the pause that guards you, the discernment that filters what reaches your heart, the boundaries that keep your garden whole, the quiet that lets you hear me. These are not scattered lessons. They are one armor, fitted to you piece by piece in this single hour. Wear all of it. The soldier who leaves one strap loose invites the arrow to the gap. And when the tested moment comes, and it will come, remember how this felt. Remember the steadiness in you right now. You will not need to summon courage from nowhere, because courage is simply the memory of my faithfulness applied to the present hour. Look back at every road I have already brought you through. Not one promise I made has fallen to the ground. The record is your armor too. Walk forward then, but walk awake. Move through your days with your ear tuned to the low whisper underneath the noise. Question the urgent. Honor the quiet signal. Keep short accounts with me, speaking often, hiding nothing. A soul in constant conversation with heaven is nearly impossible to ambush. That is the life I am inviting you into. Not a single rescued moment, but a guarded and guided way of living. Do not fear the future you cannot see. I am already present in it. The way light is already at the end of a tunnel while you are still inside the dark of it. Every day you are walking toward provisions I have stationed, people I have appointed, and places prepared before you asked. The road between here and there holds nothing that you and I together cannot pass, and you will never again walk any part of it without me. Let your heart be still now. The urgency that opened this word has done its work. You stayed, you listened, you received. The danger that required this warning now requires your obedience. Nothing more. Take the pause. Test the door. Guard the gate. Release what I named. Trust what I promised. Do these, and you will look back on this day as the day the direction of things quietly changed. I am with you when the morning comes, and the day demands more than you think you have. I am with you at midday when the noise is loudest and the choices crowd in. I am with you at night when the questions circle and the house goes quiet. There is no hour of yours that I am absent from, no step of yours that I have not gone ahead of. This is not a promise for the strong. It is a promise for the willing. And you, by staying to the end of this word, have shown me your willingness. So go now into what remains of this day, covered and not exposed, led and not driven, awake and not wandering. My peace I leave with you, not as the world gives, thin and temporary, but as I give, deep and abiding and stronger than whatever tried to reach you this season. You were warned because you are loved. You are loved because you are mine. And what is mine, I keep. Say, yes, Lord, I am ready to walk forward if you receive this word into your life today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Stop whatever you are doing right now. Pause for just one moment. You are brought here for a reason, not by accident, but by divine appointment. My voice is reaching you at this exact moment because I arranged it. I have something to say to you, and I will not let this moment pass without saying it. This message is not for the masses. It is for the chosen ones, the ones who are tired of pretending to be strong when they are breaking inside, the ones who have done everything right and still feel lost, the ones who give and give and give, yet wonder if anyone truly sees them. If that is you, then listen closely. If you have ever felt abandoned, if you have ever questioned whether I remember you, stay with me now. What I'm about to tell you will shift something deep in your soul. Your life, your future, your calling. None of it is on pause. I have never forgotten you, not for one single second of your existence. While you were lying awake, troubled and anxious, weighed down by thoughts that would not let go, I was near you. While you sat alone in the dark, wondering if anyone cared about your pain, my attention was fixed on you. While you were making mistakes and falling short of your own expectations, I was already preparing your redemption. I was already planning your restoration. Nothing about your story has caught me by surprise. This is the truth that will set you free. Not someday, when you have finally become good enough. Not eventually, after you have fixed everything you think is broken. Right now, in this very moment, I am speaking directly into your situation. Every circumstance you are facing, every relationship you are carrying, every decision that keeps you up at night, I am with you in all of it. I know you have been through more than you tell people. You learned to be strong on the outside while something inside you was quietly coming apart. People you trusted disappointed you in ways that cut deeper than any wound to the body. Plans you made with real hope crumbled in front of you. And the dreams you held closest, the ones you never spoke aloud because they felt too fragile, began to slip through your hands. You have carried burdens that were never meant to be yours alone. No one offered to help, and you did not know how to ask. You kept moving because stopping felt like failure. You kept smiling because you did not want to worry anyone. I saw all of it, and I am telling you now, that season of carrying everything alone is coming to an end. Here is something you may not realize about yourself. You have prayed for others more than you have prayed for yourself. You lifted up the ones you love while your own needs went unspoken. Every one of those prayers is recorded in heaven. Not one was wasted. Not one drifted into silence. Every time you put another person's need ahead of your own pain, I took note of it. Every time you chose to encourage someone when you yourself were discouraged, it mattered. Every time you gave when you were running on empty, heaven marked the moment. You thought no one noticed. I noticed. And I am speaking to you today to tell you plainly, it is now your time. Your time to receive what you have been sowing all these years. Your time to be lifted after carrying so much for others. Your time to step into the fullness of what has been waiting for you. The same faithfulness you showed in secret is about to be answered in the open. Do not measure your future by your past. The past is a record, not a prophecy. What happened before does not get to decide what happens next, because I am the one who decides what happens next. And I have already spoken over your life a word that no failure, no enemy, and no delay can cancel. My child, you are secure in my hands. Nothing that happens to you will surprise me, because I already know the end from the beginning. I hold your entire future with infinite care. I am not careless with what matters to you. I have never lost a single one of my own, and I will not lose you. Not in your darkest hour. Not when you feel furthest from hope. Not when everything around you seems to crumble at once. When circumstances shake you. When the world tells you to be afraid. When your own doubts shout louder than your faith. Remember this moment. Remember these words. Your foundation is unshakable because your foundation is not built on sand. It is not built on circumstances. It is not built on the approval of people who change their minds with the weather. It is built on me. Immovable, eternal, unbreakable. I know the questions you carry. Do you sometimes feel like you are fighting a battle no one else understands? Do you wonder if your prayers are truly heard, or if they simply rise and vanish into an empty sky? Do you question whether your faith is strong enough, whether I really care about the small details of your life? Hear me. All of those questions, all of those doubts, they have an expiration date. They do not get to live in you any longer. They were loud in the waiting, but the waiting is not the whole story, and it never was. Stop carrying the weight of trying to figure everything out by yourself. Stop turning the same worries over and over in your mind as if one more round of thinking will finally solve them. I have already prepared the way. I have opened doors that no one on earth can close, and I have sealed doors that were never meant to be your path. That door that closed in your face, I closed it. That opportunity that fell apart, I allowed it to fall. not to punish you, but to protect you from something you could not see. One day you will understand how much mercy was hidden inside the very moments that felt like rejection. Declare your amen right now if you have faith that this word is for you. Your pain has not gone unnoticed. I know it feels like you hurt in secret, like your sorrow is hidden from the world, like no one understands what it costs you just to keep going. But nothing about you is hidden from me. When you cried out in the darkness at 3 a.m. when sleep would not come and no one was listening, I heard you. When you felt utterly alone, when you convinced yourself you were too broken to be loved, when you questioned your own worth, I was there. When you could not take another step, when the weight was too heavy and your legs would not move, I was holding you up. You did not collapse, and it was not because you were strong. It was because I would not let you fall. This is not a metaphor. This is not poetic language meant to comfort you for an hour and fade by morning. This is a promise, a covenant. I will never leave you without comfort in your despair. I will never watch you sink without reaching for you. Now I need you to understand something crucial. You have been chosen for a purpose greater than your current circumstances. Your pain is not punishment. Your struggle is not a sign that I am angry with you. Your trials are not proof of your failure. The hard road you have walked did not disqualify you. It taught your hands how to hold what is coming. There is a steadiness in you now that ease could never have built, a depth that only the low places could carve. You did not choose the difficulty, but you will carry its strength for the rest of your life. The enemies that surround you have already been defeated. You do not have to fight them in your own power anymore. Their threats are noise. Their weapons cannot reach what I am protecting. The power that raised Christ from the dead lives inside you, and no scheme formed against you can stand before it. You are more than a conqueror. You are already victorious, even in the places where you cannot yet see it. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. And I am telling you now, your miracle is closer than you think. But let me correct something you have believed for too long. You have thought that my silence meant my absence. You have thought that because the answer had not arrived, it was not coming. Heaven does not move on your schedule, but heaven has never once been idle concerning you. While you counted the days, I was arranging them. Think of a field lying fallow through the winter. To the passing eye, it looks abandoned, useless, forgotten. But beneath the surface, the ground is resting, gathering what it needs for the harvest ahead. Your quiet seasons were not empty. They were full of work you could not see. The seasons themselves are my witnesses. No winter has ever refused to end. No night has ever outlasted the morning assigned to follow it. The turning you have longed for does not depend on your striving. It depends on my faithfulness, and my faithfulness has never once been late. The same order I set into the earth, I have set into your life. Your season is turning now quietly, the way dawn arrives. First at the edges, then everywhere at once. I also want you to stop apologizing for your questions. You have wondered if it was wrong to ask why. It was not wrong. My servants have always asked why. In the pit, in the prison, in the storm, I am not offended by an honest heart. I am far more grieved by a distant one. Bring me your questions, and I will give you something better than explanations. I will give you myself. There are answers you could not carry even if I handed them to you today. But my presence you can carry. My presence will hold you steady in the very places where understanding runs out. You have also feared that you missed your chance, that somewhere back there you took the wrong turn, and the life you were meant to live went on without you. Listen to me carefully. I am not limited by your detours. I write straight lines with crooked paths. Where you see a wrong turn, I see the very road I will use. Nothing you have lived is wasted in my hands, not the failure, not the delay, not the years you think were thrown away. I do not discard broken material. I build with it. What shamed you will become the very ground you stand on when you tell others what I have done. So lift your head, not because everything is resolved, but because you finally know who holds the resolution. The heaviness you woke up with this morning does not get the final word. I do. And my word over you is good. There is a turning point in every life I lead, a moment when a person stops bracing for the worst and starts expecting my goodness. You are standing at that turning point right now. You can feel it, even if you cannot explain it. Something in you is being set right as you listen. Do not rush past this. Let these words settle into the deep places, the ones you guard, the ones you show no one. That is where I do my best work. That is where healing begins, not at the surface where everyone can see, but at the root, where only I can reach. I am not asking you to feel strong today. I am asking you to trust that I am strong. There is a difference, and the difference will set you free. You were never meant to be the source of your own strength. You were meant to draw from mine day by day, like water from a well that never runs dry. From this day forward, when fear speaks, you will remember what I have spoken. When shame calls your name, you will answer with the name I gave you. Beloved. When the old heaviness tries to return to its old room in your heart, it will find the locks have been changed. Say, I believe out loud if this word is reaching your spirit right now. There are 3 things I am asking of you today, 3 ways to open your heart fully to what I have prepared. Hear them one at a time. Do not hurry. Each one is a door, and I will walk through every door you open to me. First, give me your heart completely. Not just the parts that are convenient, not just the pieces you feel safe showing. Your whole heart, with the wounds, the doubts, the shame, the rooms you keep dark. Bring me the broken pieces you would never show another soul. I already know it all, and I love you still. Not because you are perfect, not because you have it figured out, but because you are mine, my child, my creation, my delight. My purpose has always been to give you life in abundance, joy that cannot be explained, and love that never runs out. Second, choose to trust me even when you cannot see the complete picture. The future looks overwhelming when you try to carry it alone with your limited sight. But when you place it in my hands, when you stop wrestling and surrender, peace begins to settle over your soul like evening quiet after a long storm. Trusting me does not mean everything becomes easy. It means you are never alone inside the difficulty. It means my grace will be enough for every trial you face. It means that even while circumstances shake, you can carry a joy that makes no earthly sense and yet is completely real. Third, do not walk this road in isolation. Do not carry your burdens in silence. Share your story. Speak of your faith. When you encourage someone in their weakness, when you tell others what I have done for you, you are not only lifting them, you are releasing blessing into your own life. The principle is simple, and it is eternal. Give, and it shall be given to you. Pressed down, shaken together, running over. As you pour out your words, your time, your prayers for others, I pour back into you in measures you never anticipated. This is not a bargain. This is the law of my kingdom. This is how my economy has always worked. And now hear me on this, because it belongs to the same law of giving. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work. as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now let me speak to your situation, yours, not anyone else's. I see it in all of its complexity, all of its pressure, all of its uncertainty. I see the worry over provision, the quiet arithmetic you do at night, the anxiety of wondering how you will cover what is coming. I see it, and I have not turned away. I see the fractures in your family, the relationships that have grown cold or sharp, the conversations you replay and the ones you avoid. I see the ache of loving people who do not know how to love you back the same way. I see the health concerns you carry and the fear that rides along with them. I see the exhaustion that has settled deep in your bones from carrying more than one person should carry. I see the loneliness that visits you in quiet moments, when everyone else is busy and you are left alone with your thoughts. I see the disappointment of unfulfilled dreams, the roads not taken, the questions about what might have been. Not one detail of it escapes me. I am not a distant observer studying you from far away. I am closer than your own breathing, and I care about what concerns you more than you can measure with a human heart. The things you have labeled too small to pray about, bring them. Nothing that troubles you is trivial to me. Some of what you carry has been on your shoulders for years. Wounds that never fully closed because you were too afraid to look at them directly. Words spoken over you that cut like a blade and lodged where no one could see. Trust that was betrayed so deeply, you quietly decided never to hand your heart to anyone again. Your mind has replayed those moments 1,000 times, and somewhere along the way you accepted their verdict as the truth about who you are. I'm telling you today, their opinion of you was never the measure of your worth. Their failure to see your value does not mean you lack value. Their inability to love you well does not mean you are unlovable. Your worth was settled by me, and no one on earth holds the authority to unsettle it. You are precious beyond any price that could be named. The ones who overlooked you were looking with broken eyes. I see clearly, and what I see, I treasure. So let me touch the places that still hurt. Let me pour love into the cracks that others left behind. Let me rebuild what was torn down, stone by stone, until what stands is stronger than what stood before. You have managed the pain long enough. Now let me heal it. This is the difference between surviving and being restored. Survival keeps the wound covered. Restoration closes it. I am not offering you a way to cope, my beloved. I am offering you a way to be whole. Now hear what I'm asking you to lay down. Stop dwelling on the mistakes you have made. Stop replaying the conversations where you felt humiliated. Stop measuring your present struggle against your past victories until both of them lose their meaning. That constant looking backward is costing you the road ahead. Instead, remember what I have already done for you. Remember the times when everything looked impossible, and yet a way appeared. Remember the prayers I answered when you had almost stopped expecting an answer. Remember the doors that opened, and the people I placed in your life at exactly the right moment. That was not luck. That was me. Look back over your whole story and find one time, even one, when I finally failed you. You cannot, because it never happened. There were delays you did not understand and answers you did not expect. But abandonment, never. I have never failed you, and I will not begin now. So today I am dealing with what has settled in your heart. The discouragement that moved in and made itself at home, I am removing it. The anxiety that has kept you awake, I am replacing it with peace that passes understanding. The fear that has frozen your steps, I am breaking its grip. The shame that has kept you silent, I am washing it away. Today marks a new beginning. Not because your circumstances changed overnight, but because your sight is changing. You are beginning to see yourself through my eyes. You are beginning to believe that you truly matter. And that shift alone will change everything it touches. The transformation you have been asking for is already underway inside you. You may not see it yet. You may not feel it yet. But the seed is in the ground, and the ground has received it. Old patterns are breaking up like winter soil under the first warm rain. Where there was despair, hope is pushing through. Where there was doubt, faith is taking root. Where there was darkness, light is finding every crack. This is not something I will do for you someday. This is something I am doing now as my voice reaches you. And others will notice. The ones closest to you will see a steadiness rising in you that was not there before. They will sense a peace around you even when everything else is loud. Some will ask you what changed because something about you will refuse to be explained away. When they ask, tell them plainly what I have done. As you live this out, you will become a lamp in dark rooms. Your quiet endurance will preach louder than any sermon. Your courage will hand someone else permission to be brave. The ones you love will drink from the well I am filling in you, and they will not even know at first where the water comes from. Consider how patient I have been with you. When you forgot me in the rush of your days, I remembered you. When you doubted my love, I went on loving you. When your faith thinned to a thread, my faithfulness to you never thinned at all. I have never once questioned whether you were worth my mercy. From the very beginning, I have believed in what I placed inside you. I saw it before anyone else could, and I have guarded it through every season you thought was wasted. It is still there. It is still alive, and its hour is approaching. Do not receive this word and then talk yourself out of it by morning. That has been the pattern, has it not? Hope rises in the evening, and by daylight the old arguments return. Not this time. This time plant your feet on what I have spoken and refuse to be moved. Listen carefully now. The mountain of problems that has blocked your path is about to come down. The opposition that surrounded you is about to scatter. Doors that were bolted are about to swing open. The healing you quietly gave up on is closer than it has ever been. Stay alert. Pay attention. Learn to recognize the signs of my hand moving on your behalf, because they are already appearing at the edges of your life. Some will come quietly, a burden lifting, a provision arriving, a hard heart softening. Do not call these things coincidence. Call them what they are. I will move mountains for you. I will quiet your storms. I will strengthen your spirit when you are weak, and open ways where no way can be seen. I will grant you favor in rooms you have not yet entered, with people you have not yet met. I will restore what was lost, rebuild what was torn down, and renew what has grown dry. This is not a promise about someday. This is a promise taking hold now. Your life is not a series of random events scattered by chance. Your life is a story I am actively writing, and I do not abandon my stories in the middle chapters. The pen has not left the page. Right now, as you listen, let your shoulders come down. Feel the weight you have been carrying begin to lift. Let the tightness in your chest loosen and the racing in your mind grow still. This is my peace. It was always available to you. You do not have to earn it. You only have to receive it. You are not too broken to be loved. You are not too far gone to be reached. You are not too flawed to be used for my purpose, and not too weary to receive my strength. I have already come looking for you. I have already found you. I have already called you mine, and nothing in life or death can pull you out of my hand. Now I must show you what has been standing between you and the fullness I promised. There have been barriers over certain areas of your life, not because I withheld from you, but because there is an order to what I do, and the hour of release had not yet come. Hear me, that hour has now arrived. The first barrier stood over your provision. This is why you worked so hard and never seemed to get ahead. This is why opportunities slipped through your fingers at the last moment. This is why the numbers never quite reached far enough, no matter how carefully you stretched them. But understand what that season truly was. It was never meant to be permanent. Heaven watched to see whether you would keep trusting me when nothing was coming in, whether you would keep an open hand when your hands were nearly empty. And you did. Your faith held when it made no earthly sense, and that has not been forgotten. So I say to you now, the barrier over your provision is breaking. Supply will begin to find you through ways you did not arrange and could not have arranged. An opening you thought was finished will return. A need you carried quietly will be met without you asking. When it happens, do not call it chance. Thank me out loud, for it is my hand. The second barrier stood over your relationships. This is why you have felt so alone. This is why the people around you did not seem to understand you, and why the wrong connections kept finding their way in while the right ones stayed distant. That too is ending. I am bringing new people toward your life, not just any people, but connections appointed by me. People who will recognize your worth without you having to prove it. People who will speak life into you and call out what has been hidden in you. When they arrive, you will know them, because they will carry my peace with them. But hear this clearly. Appointed relationships need room. That means some old ties that have been draining you may need to be loosened. You may need to step back from voices that pull you toward the person you used to be. This is not cruelty. A gardener who never prunes will never see the fruit. Do not cling to what diminishes you out of fear of being alone. You were not made for company that cost you your calling. Trust me enough to release what I am asking you to release, and watch what I place in the empty space. Better is coming, but better needs somewhere to stand. The third barrier stood over your purpose. This is why you have felt stuck, why something always seemed to be missing, why you kept searching for meaning and came home with your hands empty. You were held in a waiting pattern, not abandoned, but held, until the appointed time. And the appointed time is now. I made you for a specific assignment. There is work on this earth with your name on it, work that will not be done the same way by anyone else. The longing you feel for something more is not discontent. It is memory. Your spirit remembering what it was made for. Stepping into it will ask something of you. You cannot carry the old mindset into the new season. You must lay down the fear that has held your feet. You must release the need to see the whole path before you take the first step. I do not hand my children maps. I walk with them one step at a time, and the next step is always lit. Think of a river finding its course. It does not see the ocean from the mountains. It only moves toward the low ground in front of it, and turn by turn, the way opens. Your calling will unfold the same way. Move where I lead today, and tomorrow's bend will reveal itself when you reach it. From this moment, you will begin to see your life with new eyes. Things that confused you will begin to make sense. Doors you walked past 100 times will suddenly stand out. Work that felt small will reveal its weight. You are coming into alignment with what I intended from the start. And when these three barriers fall, provision, relationship, and purpose, something else follows. Favor begins to gather around your life. Not favor you chase, but favor that finds you. What you once had to strive for will begin to come toward you, the way a harvest comes to the one who sowed in tears. Provision will find you from directions you never considered. The right people will cross your path as if by accident, though nothing about it is accidental. Rooms that were closed to you will open, and voices you never expected will speak your name in places you cannot go. This is what it looks like when I go before someone. You will not have to beg anymore. You will not have to force doors or wear yourself out proving your worth to people who were never assigned to see it. What I have appointed for you cannot be taken by another, and what is not appointed for you was never worth your striving. There is a foundation being laid beneath your life right now, in ground no one else can see. Builders do their deepest work below the surface, where there is no applause, and the height of the tower always depends on the depth of what was buried first. So do not despise the unseen days. Every quiet act of trust has been setting stone upon stone. What rises next in your life will stand, because what holds it was laid by my own hand. Only remember where it comes from. When the season of increase arrives, do not let your heart drift into believing your own hands built it. Gratitude keeps the channel open. Pride closes it. Stay low in your heart even as your life rises, and the flow will not stop. Say, I trust you right now if you believe this release belongs to your life today. Now I must teach you how to walk in what has been released, because release is only the beginning. The first lesson concerns your words. Your mouth is not a bystander in your life. It is a builder. Every day your words are laying stones on one side of the scale or the other. You cannot welcome what you constantly speak against. If you keep declaring lack, your heart learns to expect lack. If you keep announcing that you are alone, you will stop seeing the hands reaching toward you. If you keep calling yourself a failure, you will walk past open doors with your head down. From this day forward, let your words agree with what I have spoken over you. Speak provision, even while the need is still visible. Speak healing, even while the ache remains. Speak purpose, even on the days that feel ordinary. This is not pretending. This is faith opening its mouth. My servants have always done this. They praised inside prison walls at midnight, and the foundations shook. They marched around fortified walls, speaking of victory before a single stone had moved. They called on my name in drought and famine and did not soften their expectation to match the sky. Speak like that, and heaven leans toward you. But I must also prepare you, because I am honest with those I love. When release comes, resistance follows. The adversary pays little attention to the sleeping, but he studies the ones who are waking up. What is coming into your life will not go unnoticed in the unseen realm, and there will be pushback. It may come through people. A discouraging word at exactly the wrong moment. Mockery from someone whose opinion still has a key to your heart. Old voices returning with old accusations, just as new hope is taking root. Do not be shaken by any of it. Opposition at the threshold is not a sign you are wrong. It is a sign you are close. It may also come through chaos. Small crises demanding your attention. Sudden problems that seem designed to exhaust you before anything else can. Interruptions that pull at your focus like hands tugging a sleeve. Recognize these for what they are. Smoke, meant to make you lose sight of what I am doing. Keep your eyes on me and the smoke will pass. And do not fear any of it. I have set a hedge around you that cannot be breached. No weapon formed against you will succeed. No scheme devised in darkness will outlast the light I have placed in you. I am your defender, your fortress, your rear guard. The battle that concerns you is one I have already claimed. There is a picture I want to leave with you. A traveler crossing a desert does not judge the journey by the sand in the wind. He keeps his direction, rations his strength, and trusts the one who told him water lies ahead. The wind is loud, but the wind decides nothing. Direction decides everything. Keep your direction. Guard your mind the way a watchman guards a city gate. Not everything that asks to enter should be let in. Do not dwell on words that fill you with dread. Do not sit long with voices that make my promises sound foolish. Do not rehearse conversations with fear as though fear were an advisor. What you take in becomes what you lean on. Take in truth. Guard your peace as well. Peace is not a luxury for calmer seasons. Peace is your footing. When your peace is intact, you see clearly, choose wisely, and stand firmly. This is why the adversary aims at your peace before he aims at anything else. Refuse to hand it over. It was given to you by me, and no circumstance has the authority to collect it. Be patient with yourself as you learn this new way of walking. You will stumble back into old habits some days, an anxious word here, a fearful thought entertained too long there. When that happens, do not spiral into condemnation. Simply return. Correct your words, redirect your mind, and keep moving. I am not grading your perfection. I am growing your direction. And be watchful over the small obediences. It is tempting to wait for a grand assignment while neglecting the task in front of you. But thrones are prepared in secret. The one who is faithful with little is the one I trust with much. The quiet duties you perform when no one applauds are weaving the very rope that will one day draw your harvest in. Do not despise slow growth. An oak does not apologize to the grass for taking its time. What grows quickly is often shallow, and what I am building in you is meant to stand for generations. The ones you love, and the ones they will love after them, will find shelter in what I am establishing through your obedience today. Remember also to rest. You were not designed to run without ceasing. Even the ground must lie still to give again. Rest is not laziness. It is trust in its plainest clothing. The one who cannot stop working does not yet believe that I work while they sleep. Believe it. Lie down in peace and let me keep the night watch. This is how you walk out the release. Words in agreement with my promise, a guarded mind, a defended peace, patience in stumbling, faithfulness in small things, and rest without guilt. None of it is complicated. All of it is powerful. Walk this way, and no resistance the enemy raises will be able to hold back what I have set in motion. You are not walking this road as an experiment. You are walking it as an heir. The strength you need is not ahead of you somewhere. It is with you now, because I am with you now. Every step you take in trust, I match with power you cannot see. There is one more thing I want you to carry into these days. Courage. Not the loud kind that performs for others, but the quiet kind that rises early, keeps its word, and tries again. That courage is already in you. I placed it there myself, and I have watched it survive everything that tried to put it out. Lean on it now. It will not fail you. Now hear my final instruction and hold it close. The days directly ahead of you are set apart. From this moment I am asking you to keep a holy watchfulness over the next 3 days. Not with anxiety, but with expectation. Heaven has moved, and I want you positioned to recognize what heaven has done. Stay in prayer through these days. Not only formal prayer with folded hands, but constant companionship with me. Talk to me as you work. Whisper to me as you walk. Ask me for guidance in the small decisions, and thank me before the answers arrive. Prayer is not a duty I demand. It is the door I keep open. The moment you stop speaking with me is the moment you begin leaning on yourself again, and you were never meant to carry these days alone. Stay in gratitude as well. Do not wait until you can see the change to give thanks for it. Thank me now while the room looks the same and the circumstances have not yet bent. Gratitude before the answer is the purest language of faith. When you thank me for what you cannot yet see, you are telling heaven that my word is evidence enough. That kind of trust moves my heart, and it always has. And stay in expectation. Rise each morning believing that something is different, because something is different. Listen for the unexpected word. Notice the person who crosses your path without explanation. Receive the small kindness that arrives out of season. Expectation is not foolishness. Expectation is the posture of a heart that took me at my word. Within these days, a sign will come. Pay attention, because it may not look the way you imagine. It may be a message from someone you have not heard from in years. It may be a provision arriving from a direction you never considered. It may be a conversation that lands at exactly the right moment, answering a question you never spoke aloud. It may be as quiet as a burden lifting while you pray. When it comes, do not dismiss it as coincidence. Call it what it is, confirmation. Say thank you out loud. Acknowledge that heaven heard you and heaven is responding. What you honor will increase, and what you dismiss will grow silent. Honor the small beginnings, and you will be trusted with the great fulfillments. Guard these days carefully. Do not let bitterness back into your speech or dread back into your thoughts. Do not rehearse your problems to everyone who will listen. Choose your company with wisdom. Sit with those who strengthen your faith and step gently back from those who stir your fear. What surrounds you in these days will either water the seed or trample it. My child, everything has shifted. Can you sense it? The atmosphere around your life is not what it was when you first began listening. Something has been set in motion that cannot be called back. This is your moment. This is your season. You stayed. You opened your heart. You let my word reach the deep places, and heaven has taken account of it. Before I release you, there is one more thing you must carry with you. I am with you every single day. Not near you sometimes, with you always. I am in the morning when you rise and in the silence before you sleep. I am beside you in the crowd and beside you when the room is empty. There is no hour of your life where you walk unaccompanied. You are never alone. You are never forgotten. You are never abandoned. When you pass through the waters, they will not overwhelm you. When you walk through the fire, it will not consume you. I did not promise a road without trouble. I promised myself on every road, and I keep my promises. Walk forward now, and do not look over your shoulder at the life you are leaving. The old season had its purpose, but it is finished, and you do not live there anymore. Every door you approach in my will shall open. Every mountain that stands in your path shall be moved or made a road. Every valley you cross shall lift you toward higher ground. And when the blessing comes, when the provision arrives, when the right people gather, when the purpose unfolds, remember this day. Remember that you heard my voice when nothing had changed yet, and you believed. Tell the ones you love what happened here. Tell them how hope returned. Your story will become a lamp for someone still standing where you stood. Let your life become the proof of what I am like. Be generous the way I have been generous with you. Be patient with the struggling, for you remember struggling. Be gentle with the broken, for you remember breaking. The comfort I have poured into you was never meant to end with you. Pour it forward, and it will never run dry. Do not fear the size of what I am asking. I do not send anyone out in their own strength. The same voice that reached you today goes with you tomorrow. When you stand in front of what looks impossible, stand still and remember. Impossible is where I do my clearest work. It has never once been a barrier to me. It is only a stage. Hold your identity like a lamp in your hand. You are my beloved. You are chosen, not because you earned it, but because I willed it. You are a treasured possession, marked and kept. Wear this truth boldly. Live from it, not toward it. Let it decide how you speak to yourself, how you rise from failure, and how you enter every room. Receive this word now in its fullness. Believe it. Live it. Let it work in you long after my voice fades from this moment, because the word I speak does not return to me empty. It accomplishes what I send it to do. And I have sent this one to you. Go now with my blessing. Go with my protection over your shoulders, and my favor going ahead of you like a herald. The barriers are broken. The way is open. Your season has begun. Walk in power. Walk in peace. Walk in confidence with your head lifted and your heart at rest. The greatest chapter of your life starts right now. I have spoken it, and what I speak, I perform. Amen and amen. Say, yes, I am ready, if you will walk forward with me into everything I have prepared.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Stop for a moment. Set everything down. Let the noise around you fall quiet, because I have been trying to get your attention. And today you finally slowed down long enough to hear me. This is not an accident. You were not wandering when you arrived here. I drew you to this moment myself, and what I am about to speak over you was prepared long before you knew you would need it. There is a nudge in your spirit. You have felt it for days. A stirring you could not name, a pull you could not explain, a sense that something was about to change. Do not ignore it. That nudge was me. I have been reaching for you in 100 quiet ways. The thought that came out of nowhere and would not leave. The sudden urge to pray when you had almost given up on praying. The restlessness that settled over your ordinary routine, as if your own life were whispering that there is more. None of that was random. All of it was my hand on your shoulder. You have wondered why heaven felt silent. Hear me now. I was never silent. I was speaking in a register your hurry could not receive, so I began to slow you down. I let certain plans stall and certain doors stick, not to frustrate you, but to turn your face toward mine. My child, a shepherd does not shout across the field when he wants one particular sheep. He walks toward it. He calls it by name. That is what this moment is. I am not addressing a crowd right now. I am speaking to you, one voice to one heart, because what I have prepared has your name on it, and no one else can claim it. Listen closely, because I want you to understand why the timing matters. There are seasons when heaven moves quietly, and there are seasons when heaven moves suddenly. You are standing at the border between the two. The long, quiet stretch behind you was not emptiness. It was the drawing back of the bow. And an arrow flies farthest when the pull has been longest. You almost did not make it to this moment. I know that. There were nights you thought about laying the whole thing down, the hope, the prayers, the believing. Something in you held on anyway. That something was not stubbornness. It was the thread of my spirit woven into you, and I never let it snap. So before I say anything else, I want to settle one question forever. You matter to me. Not the polished version of you. Not the person you pretend to be when others need you strong. You, as you are today, tired and unsure, and still listening. That is the one I came for. I know the questions you carry. Why has it taken so long? Why do others seem to move ahead while you wait? Why do the same battles keep circling back? I will answer those questions in this hour. But first, you must let go of one lie. The lie that says you were overlooked. You were never overlooked. You were being kept. There is a difference between being forgotten and being hidden. A treasure is not forgotten when it is buried. It is protected. I have kept you out of sight of certain people and certain opportunities because if they had reached you too early, they would have ruined what I was building in you. What felt like rejection was often my shielding. Now the hiding is ending. I am lifting the cover, and I need you awake for it. Because the things I do next will move quickly, and I do not want you to mistake them for coincidence. When the unexpected call comes, that is me. When the stranger speaks the exact words you prayed about in secret, that is me. When the stuck door swings open without your pushing, that is me. Do not let your mind wander now. The enemy would love nothing more than for you to drift away in the middle of this word, to remember some errand, to feel some sudden urge to be anywhere but here. Recognize that pull for what it is. Stay with me. The ones who receive everything I am releasing today are the ones who remain until the final word. I want you to breathe slowly as my voice reaches you. Let your shoulders come down from around your ears. You have been braced for bad news for so long that your body forgot how to receive good news. So receive it now. I am for you. I have always been for you. And the report I carry today is not warning but promise. Some who hear this will think it is too good to be true. My beloved, I understand that caution. Life has taught you to guard your hope the way a burned hand guards itself from fire. But I am not life's disappointments. I am the one who spoke light into darkness. And when I say a thing, the thing itself must bend to obey. So here at the very start, I ask for something simple. Not perfection. Not a spotless record. Just an open heart. The smallest crack in the wall you built. Faith the size of a seed is enough for me to work with. I have moved mountains with less. This day is a marked day. Long from now, you will look back and divide your story into what came before this word and what came after it. I do not say that lightly, and I do not say it to everyone. I say it to you because I see what is already in motion behind the veil, and it is good. Declare your Amen right now if your heart is open to receive what I am about to speak. You said it, or your spirit said it for you, and heaven heard. Now lean in. What I show you next is the part of your story you were never able to see, the part that explains the tears, the delays, and the strange, stubborn hope that would not die. It is time you knew what has really been happening. Let me tell you what I have witnessed, because you have believed for years that your hardest hours went unseen. They did not. I was in the room every single time. I was there when you held yourself together in public and came apart the moment the door closed behind you. I heard the prayers that never made it into words, the ones that were only a long exhale and my name. I watched you get up on mornings when getting up was the bravest thing anyone did in that house. No one applauded. I noticed. I saw the betrayal too. I watched someone you trusted take your kindness and treat it as a thing to be spent. I heard the lies they told about you, and I saw how you bit your tongue instead of fighting back. You wondered if staying silent made you a fool. It did not. It kept your hands clean for what I am about to place in them. I know about the friend who vanished when your season turned hard. I know about the ones who should have shielded you and instead became the very source of the wound. You have replayed those moments 1,000 times, asking what you did to deserve them. Stop asking. The failure was theirs, not yours, and I have not forgotten the account. There were nights you lay awake and asked whether your prayers were reaching anything at all, or just rising into an empty sky. I want to answer that question plainly. Every one of them arrived. Not one was lost in transit. Some are answered already. Some are held for the right hour. And some I answered differently because I could see the whole road, and you could see only the bend. You have also carried the ones you love. You have stood in the gap for people who never knew you were praying for them, lifting their names in the dark while carrying your own weight in silence. That kind of hidden faithfulness has a sound in heaven. It is not a small sound. My precious child, here is what you must understand about the years that hurt. I did not cause every wound you carry. Some came from the cruelty of others, some from a broken world, some from choices whose cost you could not have known. But I wasted none of it. There is a difference. I do not manufacture sorrow, yet I refuse to let sorrow have the final word in the story of anyone who is mine. Think of Joseph in the pit, then in the prison. His brothers meant it for evil. The betrayal was real evil, not disguised blessing. Yet I bent even that evil to serve my purpose until the day the prison door opened, and the pit became a footnote. What others meant to bury you, I have been bending toward your good. The bending is almost complete. You learned things in those hidden years that no easy road could have taught you. You learned how to hear my voice when no other voice was kind. You learned who you are when no one is impressed with you. You learned that you can lose much and still stand. Do not despise that education. Kings have paid fortunes for less wisdom than you carried out of your worst season. And notice this, because it matters, you did not become cruel. Life gave you every excuse to harden, and you stayed soft where it counts. You still give. You still hope for others, even when hoping for yourself feels risky. That softness is not weakness. It is the proof that the enemy failed to make you into his image. I also saw what you did with your doubts. You brought them to me instead of letting them drive you away from me. You argued with me some nights. That is fine. Jacob wrestled until daybreak and left with a limp and a blessing. I would rather have your honest wrestling than your polite distance. Now here's something you have needed for a long time. You are not behind. The clock you measure yourself against was built by people who cannot see what I see. Abraham was old when the promise arrived. David waited years between the anointing and the throne. The timing of a promise belongs to the one who made it, and I have never once been late to my own appointments. Somewhere along the way, you started apologizing for your own existence. You shrink in rooms you were sent to fill. You call your dreams unrealistic and your needs too much. That ends today. I do not make apologetic creations. I made you on purpose, with intention, the way a craftsman makes a tool for a task he already has in mind. Say, I believe out loud if this word is finding the hidden places of your heart. Good. Let that belief stand up straight inside you, because I am about to show you the other side of your story, the side that was hidden behind the veil. You have only ever seen your life from the ground. For the next few moments, I am going to let you see it from where I sit. From where I sit, the delays were not denials. From where I sit, the closed doors were not insults but detours around ruin you could not detect. From where I sit, the people who walked away created the vacancy that my chosen companions will soon fill. Nothing about your file reads like failure up here. It reads like the record of someone being trusted, slowly and deliberately, with much. And there is one more thing I witnessed that you should know about. Every time you were mistreated and chose not to repay it, every time you blessed someone who could do nothing for you, a record was kept. You thought those moments evaporated. They did not. They accumulated. And a stored-up record of hidden faithfulness always comes to payment in my kingdom, with int. Now I must expose something, because you cannot walk free while you still believe the report of your accuser. There has been a voice speaking against you for years. It sounds like your own thoughts, which is its cleverest trick. It arrives at your weakest hour, quotes your worst memories, and signs your name to its conclusions. Today I am putting that voice on trial. The accuser told you that you are a failure. I say you are a work in progress in the hands of a builder who has never abandoned a project. The accuser whispered that you are forgotten. I say your name is engraved where I cannot look without seeing it. The accuser said you are too damaged to be used. I say the vessels I use most were all mended ones, and the mended places are where my light passes through. The accuser told you that your best years are spent. I tell you the richest harvests come from fields that lay fallow the longest. He said your mistakes disqualified you. I say my mercy wrote the final ruling on your record, and the verdict reads redeemed. He said you missed your one chance. I say I am the God of Peter on the beach, restoring in one morning what 3 denials had broken. He told you no one would ever truly choose you. I chose you, and I do not choose carelessly. He said your prayers change nothing. I say kingdoms have quietly turned on the hinge of prayers smaller than yours. He announced that you will end your days unnoticed and unfinished. I decree that what I began in you, I will complete, and the finishing will not be quiet. Whose report will you believe? You cannot carry both. One voice leads to a shrinking life, the other to an open door. Choose the voice that made you. Choose it today and every day after, until choosing it becomes the reflex of your heart. Understand why the accuser worked so hard on you. Liars do not spend years on worthless targets. He studied your calling before you ever sensed it, and everything he threw at you was measured against the size of what you carry. The fiercer the opposition, the greater the treasure it was sent to smother. You were not attacked because you are weak. You were attacked because of what your freedom will cost the darkness. Now I ask something of you, and I ask it as the one who has never taken from you without multiplying it back. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I'm preparing. Remember the widow at Zarephath. A handful of flour, a little oil, one last cake, and she gave it first to the man of God. The jar did not run dry, the jug did not fail, not because the amount was great, but because the trust was. It has never been about the size of the hand that gives. It is about the direction the heart is facing when it opens. Let me return now to the voice you must silence, because there is one more of its lies to break, and it is the deepest one. The accuser has told you that you are alone in the fight, that everyone who matters eventually leaves, that you must hold everything up yourself, because if you rest, it all collapses. This lie has driven you for years. It is why you cannot sleep some nights and cannot receive help on others. Hear the truth. You were never the only one holding your life together. My hand has been under the whole structure from the beginning. The nights you were sure everything would fall apart, and somehow morning came, and it had not fallen. That was not luck holding the beams. That was me. So I give you permission to put down what was never yours to carry. The outcome, the timing, the opinions of people who judged you without knowing the road you walked. Lay them down the way a laborer lays down a sack at the end of the day. You will feel lighter within the week, and lightness is something you have not felt in a long time. There is a boldness that returns when the accuser is silenced. You will notice it soon. You will speak in rooms where you used to shrink. You will try again in areas where you had quietly given up. This is not a change in personality. It is the sound of your true self, unburied. And when the old voice creeps back, because it will attempt a return, do not argue with it in your own strength. Answer it the way I answered in the wilderness, with what is written. It is written that nothing can separate you from my love. It is written that no weapon formed against you will prosper. It is written that the righteous fall 7 times and rise again. Put the sword in your mouth, and the liar will not stay to hear the end of the verse. You have lived under a false verdict long enough. Consider it overturned this day. The court of heaven does not echo the accusations of your past. It echoes the blood that answered them. Walk out of the cell. The door was unlocked the moment mercy spoke, and mercy has been speaking over you since before you knew to listen. Now let me show you the architecture of your struggle, because your battles have not been scattered and random. They have been concentrated at 3 doors. 3 areas of your life have stood locked while you knocked and pushed and wept on the threshold. Provision, companionship, purpose. I am going to speak to each one, and as I speak, hear the sound of iron giving way. The first locked door is provision. You have worked harder than most and held less than many, and the arithmetic of it has never made sense to you. Money arrived and evaporated. Opportunities ripened and then rotted a day before your hand could reach them. You began to suspect that something was set against you, and in this, you were not imagining things. But hear what that lock could not do. It could not make you dishonest. You were squeezed for years and never once decided that cheating was the answer. It could not make you stingy either. Even in lack, you shared. Do you understand how rare that is? A person who stays generous while empty has passed a test that most who are full will never even sit for. That test is over. I am opening the door of provision, and I will open it in ways you did not engineer, so that you will know the hand behind it was mine. Watch for provision that arrives without your striving. Watch for the debt that shrinks faster than the numbers say it should. Watch for the idea that comes to you in an ordinary hour and turns out to carry your increase inside it. When these things unfold, do not call them luck. Call them by their name: faithfulness. The second locked door is companionship. This lock has been the most painful because it made you conclude that the problem was you. You attracted takers and repelled the steady ones, or so it seemed. You sat in gatherings and felt like a stranger at your own table. You know how to be alone in a crowded room. That is a skill no one should have to learn as well as you learned it. Here is what was true behind the veil. Some of that isolation was protection. There were bonds that looked appealing which would have chained you to smallness, and I kept them from closing around you. And some of the loneliness was seasonal. The emptiness of a field between plantings. The field is not barren. It was resting before the seed. Now I am sending companions suited to who you are becoming, not who you were. They will recognize you quickly. There will be an ease in their presence that you stopped believing was possible. They will speak to the strength in you rather than feeding on it. And when they come, receive them without suspicion. Not everyone carries a hidden knife. The ones I send carry bread. But make room. This is your part at the second door. There are connections in your life that empty you by the hour, voices that leave you smaller after every conversation. I am not asking you to hate anyone. I am asking you to stop watering what I have uprooted. Release what drains you gently and without drama, and the vacancy will fill with what I have prepared. A hand that clutches old stones cannot close around new treasure. The third locked door is purpose, and this is the lock the enemy defended most fiercely. You have felt it your whole life, the sense of being made for something you could not name. It visited you at odd moments, in the middle of ordinary work, a homesickness for a place you have never been. Then it faded, and the fading hurt worse than the longing. You concluded you were foolish to want more. You were not foolish. That longing was the compass needle of your calling, trembling toward its true north. The lock on this door was never able to remove your purpose. It could only delay your entrance. And a delayed entrance, my child, often means a grander room. Moses carried his calling 40 years in a wilderness before the bush burned. The calling did not expire in the desert. It matured there. The man who finally stood before Pharaoh could not have stood there at 20, full of his own strength. What you call your wasted years were the slow forging of a person who can carry weight without being crushed by it. So the third door is opening now, and this is how you will know. Assignments will find you. Needs will rise in front of you that match the exact shape of your gifting, as a lock matches its key. You will do something that feels almost easy, and others will call it remarkable. Pay attention when that happens. Ease plus fruitfulness is one of the surest signs that you are standing inside your design. And do not assume your assignment must look grand to be great. Some callings stand before multitudes. Most stand in doorways, kitchens, workrooms, and quiet conversations at the right hour. A single sentence spoken to the right soul at the right moment can outweigh years of applause. I measure greatness by obedience and by love, not by audience. If I hand you something that looks small, handle it as holy anyway. Small in your eyes has never once meant small in mine. Do not demand the whole blueprint at once. I do not hand out complete maps, because a person with a map stops holding the guide's hand. I will give you the next step, and light enough for it. When you take it, the step after that will appear. This is how the whole road will unfold, one obedience at a time, until you look back astonished at the distance covered. 3 doors, 1 key. The key has never been your effort, your connections, or your flawless record. The key is trust, turned by the hand of the one who owns the house. You have spent years studying the locks. Lift your eyes now to the locksmith. The scraping sound you hear in your spirit today is real. It is the sound of things opening that no man will be able to shut. Hear now what I am releasing, because the opening of doors is only the beginning. A door is an invitation. What passes through it is the inheritance, and I am sending through those open doors 4 things: healing, restoration, favor, and peace. Listen closely to each, because you will want to recognize them when they arrive. First, healing. I am speaking to your body, the faithful servant that has carried you through every one of these years and absorbed the cost of every worry. Stress has taxed it. Grief has taken up residence in its muscles and its sleep. Some of what troubles your flesh began in your sorrows. and as I heal the sorrow, the body will follow. I am also speaking to conditions that have resisted every remedy. I made every fiber of you, and nothing in you is beyond my reach. Strength you assumed was gone for good will begin returning in quiet increments. You will notice one day that you climbed the stairs without the old heaviness, that you slept through the night, that the ache you had accepted as permanent has grown strangely quiet. Receive these as what they are, my hand at work in your frame. And healing is more than the body. There are rooms in your memory you have kept locked because entering them costs too much. I do not heal by erasing. I heal by entering those rooms with you until you can stand in them without bleeding. The day is coming when you will tell of your worst season with steadiness in your voice. Not because it stopped mattering, but because it stopped ruling. Second, restoration. Someone who walked out of your story is going to reach back toward it. An apology you stopped waiting for is being formed in a heart that has finally seen its own fault. When it comes, you will have a choice, and I will help you make it wisely, because restoration is not the same as returning to what harmed you. Understand this clearly. Not every broken bond is meant to be rebuilt. Some endings were my mercy, and reopening them would only reopen wounds. But the bonds I ordained, the ones threaded with purpose, those I will mend, and the mended bond will hold more weight than the original. Trust me to sort the one from the other. I have never confused the two. Third, favor. This one you will notice in the response of the world around you. Places that dismissed you will reconsider. People in authority will look at you twice, and the second look will hold something new. Answers that used to be no will soften into yes, and you will not be able to point to anything you did differently. That is the mark of favor, outcomes that outrun explanations. Favor is not fairness. Fairness gives you what you earned. Favor gives you what I decree. Joseph earned a prison sentence he did not deserve, and favor made him governor in an afternoon. One day of favor can repay years of unfairness, and I specialize in exactly that arithmetic. Do not spend the coming season keeping score against the past. The repayment will not come from the people who owe you. It will come from me, and my rates are generous. Fourth, peace. Not the fragile pause between problems that the world calls peace, but the settled deep that holds even while storms argue overhead. This peace does not wait for circumstances to improve. It moves in first and renovates from within. You will feel it as a strange calm in situations that used to unravel you completely. Others will notice it before you do. They will ask what changed, and you will find you cannot fully explain it. That is how you will know it came from me, because you did not build it. Now, a word about how these four gifts travel. They rarely arrive with trumpets. Heaven's deliveries are usually quiet at the door. A conversation that turns unexpectedly warm. A letter with news you did not dare expect. A morning when the dread is simply absent. The proud miss their miracles waiting for spectacle. Be the one who recognizes me in the ordinary envelope. And a word about timing. These releases have already left the storehouse. Some are close, some are routed through events that have not yet happened, and a few are being held back by nothing except the readiness of other people. I'm still moving into position. Do not interpret the interval as refusal. A ship already launched is not a ship denied, even while it is still out of sight of the harbor. While you wait for what is in transit, steward what has landed. Thank me for the first small signs instead of holding your gratitude hostage until the full sum arrives. Gratitude is not merely politeness. It is the acknowledgement that widens the channel. The one who is faithful over little is the one to whom much can be safely sent, and I am watching how you handle the first fruits. There is one more gift folded inside the other four, and it may be the greatest. As healing, restoration, favor, and peace do their work, you will begin to like the person you are becoming. The self-reproach that hummed beneath your days will fade. You will catch your reflection in a window and not flinch. My beloved, I have waited a long time for you to see what I see. That sight is part of the inheritance too. Declare, I receive it, if you are ready to take hold of what heaven is releasing over your life. Let those words stand as your signature on everything I have just spoken. Heaven treats such declarations seriously, more seriously than you know. The moment you spoke, something was sealed. Now stay with me, because I must prepare you for what comes next, and not all of it will be gentle. Great releases attract great resistance, and I want you armed before it arrives. What I have released you must now walk in, and walking requires instruction. Heaven has done what only heaven can do. There remains a part that belongs to you, and I will not insult you by pretending otherwise. Grace is free, but it is not passive. The sea parted for Israel, yet they still had to march across the floor of it. The first instruction is this: move before you see. Faith that waits for proof is not faith. It is spectating. Abraham packed and left for a land he could not have found on any map of his own making. Peter put his weight on water while the water was still behaving like water. The promise I have spoken over you will meet you in motion. Take the step you have been postponing, the conversation, the beginning, the request, the risk. Small is fine. Delayed is not. The second instruction: govern your mouth. Your words are not commentary on your life. They are agents in it. Out of the same mouth can come agreement with my promise or agreement with your fear, and whichever you speak, you strengthen. From this day, let your speech take my side. When lack shouts, answer with provision. When dread mutters, answer with my record, which is long and unbroken. I am not asking you to deny difficulty. I'm asking you to stop prophesying against yourself. The third instruction: guard what you take in. You have a gate, and you are its keeper. Voices of despair will ask to lodge in your thoughts, some from ill-meaning people, some from the general noise of a fearful world. You cannot silence the noise, but you decide what gets a room for the night. Fill your inner house with what is true, noble, and full of hope. A mind fed on fear will starve the strongest faith. A mind fed on truth becomes very hard to defeat. The fourth instruction: keep the conversation open between us, not ceremony, conversation. Speak to me while you work, while you walk, while you wait in the tedious middle of ordinary days. Bring me the small things. Nothing that concerns you is beneath me. Prayer is not a lever you pull to extract outcomes. It is the current that keeps your heart in my presence, and hearts kept in my presence do not easily lose their way. Now I must speak plainly about resistance, because I warn those I love. When a captive is set free, the captor notices. As my releases unfold in your life, opposition will make an appearance. Expect discouragement to arrive wearing familiar faces, some who question your hope, some who mock it, some whose doubt sounds almost reasonable. Expect small crises timed with strange precision, disruptions that seem designed to fall on the eve of your progress. They are designed. That is exactly the point. Do not be alarmed by any of this, and do not read it as evidence that the promise failed. Read it correctly. Thieves do not gather at empty houses. The intensity of the interference is a measure of the value of what you now carry. When the resistance comes, It is not a sign that you took a wrong turn. It is often the surest sign that you took the right one. And remember who stands with you in it. I have set a hedge around you that was not voted on and cannot be lobbied. No weapon formed against you will prosper. Formed, yes. Prosper, no. Schemes will be drafted and will die in the drafting. Words will be spoken against you and will fall to the ground without a harvest. Your part in the battle is smaller than you think. Stand firm, keep your peace, and refuse to hand over your confidence. The rest of the war is mine, and I have never lost. Let me also warn you about a subtler enemy than any attack: the drift back to old patterns. After enough years, even a cage can feel like shelter, and there will be moments when the new territory feels so unfamiliar that the old smallness whispers an invitation home. Do not accept it. Lot's wife looked back at a burning past and became a monument to hesitation. Set your eyes forward. The unfamiliar is not the unsafe. It is simply the shape of a future you have not memorized yet. Practice expectation as a discipline. Rise in the morning with the assumption that I am already at work in the day ahead of you. Expectation is not arrogance. It is the posture of a child who knows the character of the Father. Those who expect nothing sleep through their own answered prayers. Those who watch see. I would have you among the watchers. Practice gratitude the same way, especially on the days when evidence is thin. Thank me in advance the way farmers thank the sky before the rain, because they know the season even when the ground is still dry. Gratitude spoken before the answer is the highest compliment faith can pay. It tells heaven you trust the character of the promiser more than you need the sight of the promise. And practice rest. This one will surprise you, but hear it. Exhaustion is not a badge of faithfulness. I built rest into the rhythm of creation itself, and I did not exempt you from it. Some of what you call anxiety is simply weariness wearing a costume. Sleep without guilt. Be still without earning it. The work that matters most in your life right now is work only I can do, and I do not require your worry as a contribution. One more instruction, and it may be the hardest. Forgive. Not because they deserve it. Some do not. Not because the wound was small. It was not. Forgive, because unforgiveness is a chain with one end around your own wrist, and everything I am leading you toward requires your hands free. You do not have to trust them again. You do not have to explain it to anyone. Just hand me the debt, and let me be the judge I have always been. The moment you release it, you will feel the difference in your steps. These are your orders for the season, and none of them is beyond you. Move before you see. Speak life. Guard the gate. Stay in conversation with me. Stand when resistance comes. Look forward, expect, give thanks, rest, and forgive. Do these, and the releases I have spoken will not merely visit your life. They will settle in it and build. Now lift your head, because I am about to close this word the way a king closes a decree, with a seal and a sending. Everything I have spoken over you in this hour is now in motion. The doors are opening. The releases are in transit. The accuser's verdict is overturned. What remains is for you to cross the threshold, and I will not send you across it empty-handed or alone. In the days just ahead, watch for the first sign. I tell you this so that when it comes, you will not explain it away. It may be modest, a message from an unexpected quarter, a kindness with no visible cause, a provision that arrives sideways through a door you were not watching. The first sign is rarely the largest. It is the handshake before the covenant, my way of saying, you heard correctly. After the first sign, confirmations will begin to gather. Different voices will say the same thing to you without knowing each other. Circumstances will rhyme with what I have spoken here. You will open the scriptures at random and find them oddly specific to your situation. When it happens once, you may call it chance. When it keeps happening, call it what it is: a father making himself unmistakable to a child he is leading somewhere new. Then will come the season of building, and I want you sober about it. New seasons are not endless mornings. There will still be work, still be weather, still be days that feel like the old days. The difference is not that difficulty vanishes. The difference is that difficulty stops being in charge. You will meet obstacles as a person under assignment meets them, as things to be moved through, not verdicts to live under. That shift, quiet as it sounds, changes everything it touches. As you walk, remember that you are becoming an answer to other people's prayers. This is part of the purpose I unlocked. Near you, this very week, is someone standing where you stood, worn thin, wondering if anyone sees, close to setting the whole thing down. You will recognize the look because you wore it. When you do, speak. Tell them the night ends. Tell them what you know now from the inside. Comfort travels with a special authority when it comes from someone who needed it first, and I am entrusting you with that authority. Do not underestimate what your endurance has already preached. People watched you go through what should have leveled you, and they watched you still be standing on the other side. Some of them drew conclusions about me from the way you survived. You were a letter you did not know you were writing. In the season ahead, I will let you read some of the replies, and hear this about the ones you love, the ones you have carried in prayer through all these years. I have not been idly listening to those prayers. I have been working in lives you cannot supervise, softening ground you cannot reach, arranging encounters you could not engineer. Some of the answers will surface in the season ahead, and a few will astonish you. Keep carrying them. No prayer offered in love is ever wasted labor. Let me also settle you about the past one final time. You will be tempted, even in the good days ahead, to grieve the years the locks were on the doors. When that grief comes, bring it to me, but do not let it write the story. I am the God who restores what was eaten and repays what was stolen. And my restorations are not refunds, they are multiplications. The years ahead of you can hold more than the years behind you lost. Believe that, and the past loses its power to tax the future. Now receive my blessing, because I do not end this word with instructions. I end it with benediction. I bless the work of your hands. May it prosper past explanation. I bless your going out and your coming in. May every road rise to meet your assignment. I bless your table. May it never lack bread, and may it always have room for the guest I send. I bless your sleep. May it be deep, and may your waking thoughts reach for me before they reach for worry. I bless your eyes, that they may recognize my hand quickly. I bless your ears, that my voice would stand out from the noise all your days. I bless your heart, the brave, patched, persistent heart that kept beating hope when hope was expensive. It will not be put to shame. And I bless the ones you love. May the goodness that finds you overflow its banks and water, every life joined to yours. Carry this hour with you. When the old heaviness attempts a return, come back to what I have said and read it aloud to your own soul, the way David strengthened himself in me when everything at Ziklag was ashes. A word from me doesn't expire between hearings. It will be as alive next month as it is this moment, because I do not speak in fading ink. And remember, above every promise, the promiser. More than the open doors, I give you myself. I am with you when the signs are frequent, and with you in the quiet stretches between them. I am with you in the room where you pray, and in the rooms where you forget to. There is no hour of your future that I have not already entered ahead of you, and no future hour where you will look for me and find me absent. You came to this moment carrying questions, and I have answered the deepest one. You were never forgotten. You were being kept, prepared, and positioned, and the keeping is complete. The season of the locked doors is behind you. The season of the open ones has begun. Walk into it the way loved people walk, unhurried, unafraid, and sure of the arm beside them. Go now with my peace, resting on you like a garment. Go with my favor moving ahead of you into every room. Go with my word alive in your chest, and let it be louder than every voice that ever told you less. I have loved you with an everlasting love, and everlasting means this day and tomorrow, and every step of the long, bright road I have prepared. This is my word over you, and it will not return to me empty. It will accomplish everything I sent it to do in your life. I have spoken, and heaven stands behind every syllable. The rest of your story starts now, and I am in it, from this line to the last. If you believe this word was meant for you, seal it now and declare, "Yes, Lord, I am ready."
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.